have a subscription goal today. If we can hit our goal this week and maintain that, we will do another spinning of the wheel coming up this Friday. People have been talking about that. People like it. There is a lot of great merch, including some new items that are now in the merch store. You can find that at factsstillmatter.site. Also, thank you. We are crowdfunded here. If you'd like to participate in what we do here every single day, a lot of folks are involved, put a lot of time into the show. If you want to support that, you can do so. All the various things, the green, the blue, the other green, are available at Factsstillmatter. I will thank you in advance for that. Also, please consider joining our Discord. Please also consider signing up to my Substack, although I'm working on content, guys. That's on me. Sorry about that. Also on Twitch too, because we're going to be developing our you're going to see me everywhere. Basically, that's kind of the idea. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. We have a lot to cover today, obviously, and we may have a special guest joining us around 9:30. I'll preview that as we get closer, but we'll talk about the Epstein situation. We'll talk about how Barack Obama is in Trump's head like there's nothing I've ever seen. In fact, MAGA voters have ODS, Obama derangement syndrome. There's no doubt about that, because every time things get really, really bad for the twice impeached, four-time indicted, sexually abusing fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, Donald Trump, he always goes back to the black man because that makes it easier for his base to digest. And like I said, we're going to get into the specifics this morning. This is the biggest presidential scandal ever, just because of the blatant corruption and the blatant cover-up. Now, can somebody get Charles out of here, please? Charles, you're done. You can't be saying stupid shit like that, dude, okay? I mean, get out of here. Just get out of here. Okay. I want to talk about the hypothetical the pardon thing. And we're going to be watching it today, and I want people to think about it this way, right? First of all, the limited immunity is, I was reading about this and talked to a lawyer friend of mine over the weekend, and that's pretty common for somebody who's actually either already been sentenced and or is pending sentencing. You give them the ability to talk, and whatever they say, that cannot be used against them. So that's not uncommon. But I want you to think of it this way, right? Hypothetically. Now, do I believe that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to get pardoned? I go back and forth on this, right? First of all, she is not a victim. Okay, we'll start there. She is absolutely not a victim. During her trial, witnesses testified. Two of them were 14 years old at the time of these incidences. Okay, so let's keep that in mind, right? Let's keep that in mind. She is not a victim. She was the recruiter. She was one of the hunters. She was one of the facilitators. She was the trainer. She was the handler, and she was also the abuser. Okay? And just as a reminder, where is it? She was sentenced to, she assisted, facilitated, and participated in Epstein's abuse of minor girls by, among other things, helping Epstein to recruit, groom, and ultimately abuse victims known to Maxwell and Epstein to be under the age of 18. The victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed and abused by Maxwell and Epstein and others, both of whom knew that their victims were in fact minors. As part and in furtherance of their scheme to abuse minor victims, Maxwell and Epstein enticed and caused minor victims to travel to Epstein's residences in different states, which Maxwell knew and intended would result in their grooming for and subjection to SA. Conspiracy to entice minors to travel to engage in acts, conspiracy to transport minors to participate in illegal acts, transporting a minor to participate in illegal acts, sex trafficking, conspiracy, and trafficking of a minor. She's not a victim. Think about how desperate the right is right now, and the Trump administration and the entire conservative movement trying to paint her as a victim. So I haven't heard anybody talk about this, but I have a 100,000 foot view of this thing, right? In the cult, who's going to believe no matter what Trump tells them to believe, that they'll believe it. But you've got people like Nancy Mace and like Katie Britt and like MTG, and then dozens of other elected officials and or prominent Republican voices and talking heads on various news networks have claimed that They want to be part of ripping the cover off the deep state to expose the global cabal. Don't forget, Nancy Mace and MTG's hate-filled rhetoric towards the trans community had a lot to do with them claiming that the trans community is grooming children. Okay? They talk about it all the time. Moms of liberty, people who are just so out of touch, who just despise certain subsets of our population so much that they'll create these bullshit narratives. So their entire time, their entire careers, you can go back. I was looking for sound from Nancy Mace and MTG, and so every time they get a microphone, they talk about the trans community. They talk about grooming kids. They talk about the cartel. The reason we have to go after the border and shut down the border is because the cartel is trafficking kids across the border. So they've staked their entire message and reality, if you will, on that. So now they find themselves in a predicament. You notice that they've been eerily quiet, not coming out. When asked the question, are they going to be asked questions? Like, what will your answer be when, if Ghislaine Maxwell is pardoned? She's not a victim, okay? She is not a victim. Remember I was telling you about how there's a good chunk of the population, the MAGA cult in particular. It doesn't, this may not even matter. That doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned, because let's be real. White men, powerful white men in America and in the world get away with shit. So there's the very likelihood of anybody being held legally accountable, I think is small. But the court of public opinion in this case is really what matters, especially in Trump's case, because what a narcissist needs is oxygen. A narcissist needs people talking about him in a positive light. He needs the energy. He fuels on it, right? He's like any monster who used to steal people's souls, and as they were doing that, they get stronger and stronger and stronger. That's what he needs. So the public opinion against him on this issue is overwhelmingly so. People are like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Losing voices on the right, losing, a lot of people seeing right through it, like this is a cover up. Like I don't know why Trump's doing this, but I don't get it. And then you're going to get his avid voters who are going to twist themselves into knots to try to justify it, right? So we played the sound last week. Do I have it queued up here? I forgot about this one. I wanted to prep this. We played the sound from Greg Kelly. Remember Greg Kelly? He's one of the people who watches or is a talking head on Newsmax. And he's talked about how he's the one that sort of threw out the idea that Ghislaine Maxwell is a victim. She's not a victim. So he's trying to set the bar for the people who watch his show. And I'll get to my overall conclusion on this in just a moment. He's trying to remind them, well, maybe she's the one. Maybe she's the one who's going to be able to blow the cover off this entire thing. Right here. This is crazy. This is kind of what we're talking about.
Have been subpoenaed by the Oversight Committee. I think this is great. I do have a feeling that she just might be a victim.
Oh my God.
She just might be. There was a rush to judgment.
No, there wasn't. There was no rush to judgment. She had a trial. She presented evidence. Her accusers presented evidence. They testified. The jury believed her. She had an opportunity to present evidence. She presented very little. She had an opportunity to speak on her own behalf. She did none of those things. She lied repeatedly during her deposition testimony, which is likely the reason why her lawyers didn't put her on the stand. There was no rush to judgment.
There's a lot of chaos there for a while.
No.
All right. Granted, she hung out with Jeffrey Epstein.
Hung out.
And I know that's apparently not good.
Apparently not good? Okay.
But she's in jail.
Yeah, do you know that guy, by the way, Greg Kelly, has grave allegations against him in his past. Birds of a feather. So that's where people like our dear friend Mom.
He's really entertaining.
Our dear friend Mom on the Unnecessary Conversation podcast, right? So they mainline Newsmax. So they're hearing things like this around the clock. And then this is from their latest episode. This tells you everything that you need to know about that 10%, maybe 15% of the hardcore MAGA base that no matter what, Donald Trump can do no wrong. Ricky, no, those allegations don't make them guilty. No, those are allegations. See, we believe in due process. The question I might have for you, for Ricky, if Donald Trump is so innocent, why isn't he demanding more transparency? Ricky, like I could accuse you of being on the list, Ricky. That wouldn't make it true. See, I believe in due process. I'm just saying. So this is from the Necessary Conversation podcast. I play this sound a lot because I think it's telling, right? Because, well, here you go.
He's literally entertaining pardoning the woman in prison that was behind all of this shit to keep her quiet.
No, to open her up. I think to open her up and tell us everything.
Wow.
But she has lied multiple times in all of these proceedings that led to her incarceration.
Because she's afraid for her life.
Okay.
But why would she stop lying, even if she gets pardoned? I don't think she's like a trustworthy person in this entire scenario.
I don't know. She's gonna dump on some people and she's gonna raise some people up. So who's it gonna be? Which side?
Do you think so?
Do you hear that part? Who's it going to be? Which side? You see the difference? Do you see the fundamental difference in how we talk about these kinds of things? People who truly believe that crimes against children, some of the most heinous, despicable, disgusting, outrageous, whatever adjective you want to use to describe it, are the worst of the worst. We want anybody and everybody connected to it. And she says, well, it depends on which side's going to get. We don't fucking care. You see, we don't give a shit. We want anybody and everybody connected to it. And if, as far as I'm concerned, if people can't say that, then what you're saying is you advocate for violence against children as long as my guy didn't do it. And if my guy did it, then there's got to be a reason for it.
Someone like that deserves a pardon from the president of the United States, like a get out of jail free card, what she did to all those children?
No, I don't.
And so if he pardons her, what will your reaction to that be?
I'll be very upset. I would be very upset.
Okay.
So can you see that this is corruption, that he's a sleazy piece of shit for letting somebody like that go free?
No, I cannot say that about the president of the United States. I like Donald Trump.
I like him.
So even, let's say he pardons her, and let's say he runs for a third term. Would you vote for him again if he pardons Ghislaine Maxwell?
No, right?
I don't.
He's literally the woman in prison that was behind all of this shit to keep her quiet.
No, to open her up. I think to open her up and tell us everything.
But she has lied multiple times in all of these proceedings that led to her incarceration.
Because she's afraid for her life.
But why would she stop lying, even if she gets pardoned? I don't think she's like a trustworthy person in this entire scenario.
I don't know. She's gonna dump on some people and she's gonna raise some people up. So who's it gonna be? Which side?
Do you think someone like that deserves a pardon from the president of the United States, like a get out of jail free card, what she did to all those children?
No, I don't.
And so if he pardons her, what will your reaction to that be?
I'll be very upset. I would be very upset.
So can you see that this is corruption, that he's a sleazy piece of shit for letting somebody like that go free?
No, I cannot say that about the president of the United States. I like Donald Trump.
I like him.
So even, let's say he pardons her, and let's say he runs for a third term. Would you vote for him again if he pardons Ghislaine Maxwell?
I don't know.
I don't know. So this then is sort of, when I heard that sound, I was like, geez, obviously not unexpected, right? But just disgusting. I don't know. Look, I'd be really upset if he pardoned her, but if the situation came up again to vote for him, I'm not sure, which means that she would. This to me, and I don't know if anybody has talked about it like this, but I see this as a serious tipping point for the entire evangelical, MAGA, theocratic Christian nationalist movement, right? Because, well, maybe not the Christian nationalists, but they don't give a fuck about kids. But when your entire movement is predicated on your claim that you care about the life of children, innocence, don't want, boys and girls sports, and can't be sexualizing, drag shows, blah, 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 blah. When your entire movement is based on that, and you've been spoon-fed, I should say, mainlined the Kool-Aid that the Democrats and leftists and Marxists and everybody else, the radicalists, the people who care about healthcare and things like that, yeah, so radical, that we're the ones, or they're the ones that are part of the global cabal, these global trafficking rings. When we have a convicted felon, someone who's in jail, serving her sentence for exactly that, being literally part of a global trafficking ring with estimates of thousands of victims, thousands of survivors in some cases. And you're going to continue to support that if Donald Trump pardons her? Not just that, but that I think about from a capitalism perspective. Now, we know that Fox Entertainment is just vile. We know that Newsmax is vile because of the misinformation propaganda that they spew constantly. But do you think advertisers are going to be spending their money? Consumers are going to be asked to spend money. Consumers who have less and less money because of Trump's bullshit trade war that he keeps losing, and I've got some data on that. Do you think that the consumers are going to be willing to support a brand that might advertise on, Greg Kelly's show, for example, when he says that Ghislaine Maxwell is a victim, or when Jesse Waters comes out with his bullshit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So I have a feeling, this to me is, first of all, it's a huge story. We're going to continue to talk about it. We're going to talk about it specifically because Donald Trump doesn't want us to. And here's my daily reminder. Mr. Trump, JD, Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, Dan Benino, CIA directors, all y'all. Facts. I'm Steve. I'm here every Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. until noon. Fuck you. Thank you. Have a good day. I don't see, you can't spin it, right? You can't spin this because it's one thing to talk about like, there's some vagueness regarding the constitutionality of the Electoral Count Act, which is why you could justify, an additional slate of electors, or presidents got broad authority to declassify. He had a right to hold on to those documents, or the people in January 6th didn't get fair trials. They could be released, or, some of them were just, the cops opened the door. This is not that. This is crimes against children. This is schmexual crimes against children. 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old children. Kids. You can't defend it. There's no possible way to defend it. Even if there's innuendo, even if there is just an allegation, you do not double down. You do not. You do not double down on this. You separate yourself from it. And even MTG has come out and said, this is nuts. What the hell are we doing here? We can't be doing that. So that's where I think this is going to get a little bit bigger than they expect. So we'll see.
On this app, posted what the White House just posted a photo of Trump seemingly standing in the Coliseum, and text reading, "A great man stumbles, a great man errs." And of course, it's a picture of AI generated of Donald Trump in front of a Coliseum. A great man goes into the arena with dust on his face, blah, blah, blah. It was basically trying to say that any kind of connection with the E-files, Donald Trump is just a great man that stumbles, a great man that errs. That wasn't a stumble. That wasn't an error. He sprinted straight into the activities of E.
Correct.
And a lot of people are focused on the flight logs. And I've been saying for 5 years now, because there's a lot of MAGA that say, how come during the 4 years of Biden none of you ever brought it up? I've been talking about it for 5 years now.
Yep.
The thing is that a lot of people focus on the flight logs on the island. And the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump had nefarious activities with E for decades before E purchased that infamous island, where E,
correct, Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, his apartment in New York,
and New York and Arizona.
Okay, well these are the allegations.
New
Let's be
Mexico,
clear.
all of Trump and E's properties all around the country, to the point where E and Maxwell were operating essentially a minor Uber service, delivering minors to these just vile and reprehensible parties that are similar to Diddy's parties, but with children. And that was happening for decades before the islands. Yeah. So everyone's focusing on the names on the flight logs and the island. I'm here to tell you that all of this absolutely reprehensible. There's no justification. There's no argument. There's no, well, what about Romeo and Juliet? And what about the ages of back in the 1920s? There is no argument for this. These are children. And Donald Trump and E participated in unison, side by side, in the same room with these children, both girls and boys. You know, for all of the phobia out there by the MAGA side, Donald Trump had these illicit, vile, reprehensible activities with boys as well as girls. Again, allegations. Let's be careful. I'll straight up say it. You know why? I don't even care about allegations or ad hominem or any of these things.
David, I understand that. But
I will straight up say that. And I understand your point.
David, if you want to host your own live and make those accusations, then you can.
Well, I'm saying from my point of view.
I'm not done talking. Hold on a second, my guy. Take a deep breath. From our point of view, there's a lot of information. Do I believe that horrible things were committed against children? Yes. But I also believe in the rule of law. So I believe that people should be held accountable. Now, I understand that white men in America get away with shit, and people are likely to get away with this as well. But we can't just say someone's guilty without the evidence. Okay?
I understand your point of view. Counterpoint. What's the point of the rule of law when those found guilty of the rule of law aren't held accountable?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But for people to say he's guilty without any kind of due process would be it's no different than the right now saying that Barack Obama's guilty.
And my point is that he was found guilty of how many counts?
34.
Okay, totally separate from the E-file incident. What punishment has he received from his being found guilty by a jury of his peers?
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. I guess this is a semantics argument, right? Now, do we believe that there's overwhelming evidence? I don't believe it's circumstantial. I believe there's all kinds of things that would point to Donald Trump being part of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's predatory tendencies, along with other people as well. But I'm not gonna make that statement that they are guilty. I just think that's dangerous.
I hear your point. I do. I just think that we are in uncharted waters where the rule of law no longer applies.
That I agree with, but the court of public opinion always does.
You're breaking up,
and that's my point. When you're starting to see the degradation of support, I think I'm good. That's what I see. The issue is specifically right. The court of public opinion is the one that's going to win out here. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. If I were pressed, if I were a betting man, I would say, you have $100. Do you think he's guilty or not? I would say I think he's guilty. But
that's why his team is on a court press of trying to, put out these White House posts of a great man stumbles, a great man errs, and it's like it's not a stumble.
Oh, I know.
It's not an error. It was intentional. It was direct.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I just words matter, and people accuse we accuse the right all the time of making these grandiose statements about the rule of law. Doesn't mean that we should give up on it as well. I'm also wise enough to know I'm pragmatic. He left. I'm pragmatic in this regard, right? I just want to make sure that we're just. Anyway, I think I made my point. Everybody, keep tapping, please. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. Kevin, how are you today? Kevin, are you there? Kevin. Are you there? Kevin? I keep breaking up. Really? I have not gotten that notification. Super glitchy? Super glitchy. Is it still super glitchy? Should I restart? Let's just see if we can get into it a little bit. Breaking up a little bit. Yes, you've been a super glitchy. TikTok is throttling me today. Yes. Some people say no. Some people say yes. It's fine for you. So yes, it's weird. It's fine. No. Okay. I guess we're going to, it's 50-50. So I guess we'll keep it right here. My point is, I don't know why you got booted. Restart, super delay. You're like on a Trump Wi-Fi, glitchy. Thank you. We'll be right back. Yeah, I agree. We'll be back. All right. My point is, I don't know, David, we didn't boot you. If you got flagged by misinformation, that was TikTok. That's kind of my point, though. So TikTok kind of made the point for me. I just want people to be careful. Court of public opinion, do whatever the fuck you want. But make definitive claims that somebody is guilty without evidence, just think it's dangerous. Okay, so hopefully that's a little bit better. Everybody, please help us get back out the FYP. We had almost 1,000 people in here. That was fantastic. So we just need to do that again. If we could get everybody's support to get us out there. Just to land my plane on this topic, they talk about social security as being what's referred to as the third rail in domestic politics. Like you don't touch it, right? We know the right doesn't seem to give a shit about that. Excuse me, but this is crimes against children. And for anybody to try to justify this, we can hang that over their head forever. There's recent polling that's come out. We've seen it about how Democrats are looked at as unfavorably. Although their ratings have gone up. I think it dropped as low as like 21%. It's now up in the high 20s, which is still pretty bad. And the general consensus is that people just are tired of the Democrats not doing anything, not responding aggressively. So I think this is an opportunity, right? Although, by the way, what the right doesn't like to talk about is Republicans don't score much better. So Congress is not seen very favorably at all. But we've got reporting from YouGov and CBS News poll and Ipsos, which we covered last week, where every single category, with the exception of the border and immigration policy, because that's what he told his base that they should be concerned about, every other category that measures key performance indicators for a president, Trump's underwater. Prices, inflation, like we know all these things is driving. And now he's losing chunks of his base, right? So again, you cannot separate yourself from justifying a pardon for a despicable, disgusting human being. And the right is going to attempt to try to spin this as to why the Biden administration didn't respond. Well, I've got some sound that I want to play that kind of backs this up a little bit. So this was Markwayne Mullin over the weekend on Jake Tapper. And I want to play this for you as it relates to a few other things, and then I'll give you the inside information as to why what he's talking about is complete nonsense. First of all, Markwayne Mullin's a fucking idiot. He's one of the people we talked last week about. There's a protocol in the House or in the Senate. It's called unanimous consent. Basically, what it means is if a senator wants to enter something into the record, you can ask for what's referred to as unanimous consent. Basically, it's an acknowledgement that unless anybody protests and or disagrees at that moment, then you don't need to vote on it, right? Well, there was in legislation and or a an introduction of an item on the Senate floor last week, and Mark Wayne Mullen said no. And then he introduced one, and then it went back and forth. And then I think it was California Senator. I think it was California Senator. He said, well, let's just combine our two bills. And then Mark Wayne Mullen still voted no. So they don't want transparency. Anyway, this is the sound from the interview that he did with Jay Tapper over the weekend.
There was a plea deal that was struck in 2009, way before I was in office, way before Trump was even considering to be in office, way before Pam Bondi was in office, way before Kash Patel was director. 2009, there was a sweetheart plea deal that was made underneath the Obama administration with Epstein,
right. That's not
and
right.
that sweetheart has not been exposed.
No, it was 2000.
Not? Well, when was the case heard?
It was 2008. It was the U.S. attorney at the time was a guy named Alex Acosta. He was a Bush appointee. He went on to become President Trump's Secretary of Labor. It all took place in 2008.
Who was in office at the time?
2008, George W. Bush.
Who was in office at the time?
George W. Bush.
No, 2009 is when the case came out, and it was and Obama was in office at the time.
It's not true. But let me ask you a question.
It's just not true. He's right. It's just not true. It happened, Alex. Again, this is how you push back. It is literally just not true. And then that had similar sound to this. I know you guys remember this classic from Bill O'Reilly.
Right. Because Epstein was convicted during the Biden administrations. Not one time did Hakeem Jeffrey call for any exposition of what the Biden Justice Department knew. He doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about the people.
Hold on, Bill.
This is what
hold on.
he does.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. You said Epstein was convicted during the Biden administration. Epstein committed during the Trump administration.
Yeah, so am I wrong on that?
Yeah. He was arrested in 2019, and he committed in 2019. He died August 10th of 2019. So the Biden administration was not involved in a conviction or a trial of him. They were of Elaine Maxwell.
Okay. But he was arrested and indicted under Merrick Garland.
No, under Trump.
Who had all
under
of the
Trump.
information.
Epstein was arrested, indicted under Trump in 2019. Trump was president.
Yeah.
Merrick Garland was not the attorney general.
Okay.
So yeah. So there's that. So I did a little bit of research for you guys because we're hearing this. Two things. We're going to get into the reason why the grand jury testimony was not unsealed. Now, of course, the right wants to believe that's because it was an Obama appointed judge and they're covering for Barry. No, we'll get into that in just a moment. But the question was, why wasn't information released during the Biden administration? So I was curious myself. So I went back and I tried to find the timeline, and it's not that complicated to actually go through. Let me just find it here. Hold on a second. All right. Okay. There was information that was released during the Biden administration. That's kind of the whole point. From 2021 to early 2025, unsealed court documents from civil suits, court order releases stemming from a 2009 civil settlement and a 2017 defamation case involving Epstein and Maxwell were unsealed during Biden's term. These included items like bank records, trial evidence, and partial versions of Epstein's black book, which is where we got the names from to begin with, also flight logs, but no new federal investigation files were disclosed. 2, Maxwell's trial was underway. During Maxwell's prosecution, various documents became public through typical judicial processes. These included deposition records, supporting trial exhibits, but grand jury transcripts remained sealed by order of the court. What wasn't released? No additional Epstein files or documents. Epstein files or documents. Fucking law firm. It's like This is the process. A widely circulated memo released on July 7th of this year stated that the DOJ found no credible evidence of a so-called client list and did not discover evidence of blackmail involving uncharged third parties. The memo also reaffirmed that Epstein passed away by suicide, countering various theories. Again, we now know that that's not true based on what I just read for you. The fact that there is information that's available. The fact that there is a client book. By the way, that information, as a reminder again, listen up closely, MAGA. That information was released during the Biden administration. I don't know if you knew that. But yeah, it's true. And then as far as the grand jury testimony, there are rules regarding how grand jury testimony can be accessed and or released. All right. So these are the details. Hang on a second. Let me just get to that section. I kind of summarized it for you. Okay. This is the Justice Department's written filing. This is how the process happened. They filed a request to have the grand jury testimony released on July 18th. They filed it in federal court in the Southern District of New York, signed by Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. They requested an unsealing of grand jury testimony related to the indictments of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell with the caveat of redacting victim identifying and other personal data. Motivating factors: intense public interest in the basis of the memorandum's conclusions. They demanded transparency, overturning a prior DOJ memo that resisted public disclosure dated July 6th. Transparency to the American public is of the utmost importance to this administration. What it seeks: to unseal the underlying grand jury transcripts subject to appropriate redactions of victim-related and other personal identifying information. The motion asked the court to lift pre-existing protective orders, meaning that the jury information was under protective order, which is part of the process. Federal Judge Robin Roseberg of Florida denied a similar DOJ request involving earlier 2005 to 2007 grand jury transcripts, stating that public interest is not a recognized exception under the rules for releasing grand jury testimony. Just because you ask for it does not mean you get it. And Todd Blanche knew that. Even in his motion that he filed, he discussed it. Now, we understand that this doesn't rise to the level of what's necessary to have grand jury testimony released, but we're going to ask anyway. Pretty please? Two New York and Richard Burns wrote, the initial filing does not address a non-exhaustive list of factors for district courts to weigh in considering applications for disclosure. He also ordered the DOJ to submit under seal an index of all grand jury transcript materials, the transcripts themselves, and a proposed redacted version. So the right wants to tell you, and in 15 minutes, we just debunked their entire narrative, that yes, information was released during the Biden administration, information that they were allowed to release, information that was released by the courts themselves, information that became public. And the Biden administration also released, the Department of Justice also released information. Now they know full well that grand jury testimony is sealed, which is why they did not petition the courts to do it. The Trump administration did. They knew going in they were very unlikely to get the information that they wanted released because they knew in advance that they did not meet the criteria for having it unsealed. They've asked for more information from the DOJ by tomorrow, and then the victims. They get to provide their context by Monday. So Monday or Tuesday or whatever that day is. That's the story. Okay? That's the entire story. There's nothing else to see here in regards to that. Now I know, and then I would ask you, MAGA, the same question. Jeffrey Epstein was charged, sentenced, put in jail during the Trump administration. So where's that information? Why have they not released it? Where is it? Who are they protecting? Who are they covering up for? You see what I mean? You don't have a leg to stand on here. You got your talking heads that are going out there like Bill O'Reilly, going up in flames. Mark Wayne Mullen, literally not even knowing who was the president in 2008. Friends, the election was in 2008. George Bush was president in 2008. Barack Obama didn't take office until 2009. Okay? So, what? So Biden had the information way before it never released it. The rest was blocked by an Obama judge. Baby Yaga, did you not hear what I just said? You're a troll. So no, that's not, I literally just read it. Just pay attention. Just try to keep up. I know it's hard. Why didn't Biden release the information on Epstein he had for 40? Did you just hear what I said, Red? You're a troll too. So the bots are out in force today, guys. Try to ignore them. The bots are out in force. And they're glitching. The bots are glitching because they're not, they're obviously not listening to the algorithm, because if they would have heard through my sultry sound that in fact the Biden administration did release information that they were allowed to release, and then the court released some information on its own because a lot of it had to do with civil actions. Why is it not easy for you guys to understand that? Anyway, long story short on this whole thing, and I've got some more sound that I'll play as it relates to this case because we're going to continue to cover it, because in my estimation it is the single biggest scandal. How, if he does pardon her, and I think it's likely, I think he will. Hilarious in a sick way to blame them when they're assaulted. You want to find out what they were wearing, or they should have kept their legs closed, blah, blah, blah. We've heard it for a fucking million years. You don't believe women. Ghislaine Maxwell is a known, she perjured herself numerous times. She's also lied numerous times to other people in and out of the record, and we know of her history. But you're going to believe her? So hypothetically, she comes out and says, oh yeah, everybody but Donald Trump is on this list. Everybody but Donald Trump I have video on. And you're going to believe that, instead of believing the victims that were abused, assaulted, raped, and beaten by Donald Trump. So which is it? Are you suddenly going to believe her? Because if the victims then contradict that testimony, who are you going to believe? And we know the answer to that. We know the answer. And what's really, really bad, as far as I'm concerned, is that you are staking your entire religious protect the kids credibility on the word of a predator, of a sexual predator, of a woman who violated children, groomed them, recruited them, trained them, abused them herself, and then trafficked them to others. And she's in jail for it. And you're going to what? Suddenly believe her? You're suddenly going to believe her? How are you going to, excuse me. Excuse me. How are you going to justify that? Do you care? Do you care? To me, it's that you are so, this is why you've been primed. The pump has been primed for years. You just want your guy to either get away with shit or not know that he's involved in shit. Because you've been told for years that that Pizzagate and adrenochrome and Nancy Pelosi and basements of pizza establishments and pizza joints and babies and the whole nine yards. You've been told that it's the Democrats. It's just the Democrats. It's only the Democrats, the liberal, the rainbow wearing, human rights supporting, wanting universal health care, believing that teachers should get paid more money, protecting women's rights, etc. Those people are the evil ones. All we are saying to you, and I'll say this again, is we want everybody held accountable. Everyone. And if there was nothing to hide, then why did Pam Bondi lie? If there was nothing to hide, Why did she and Todd Blanche tell Donald Trump that he was in the Epstein files and then have him lie about it? Why? Why would people be going on right-wing spaces attempting to justify or attempting to claim that Ghislaine Maxwell is a victim? Why? Why? Why is it so difficult for you guys to accept the fact that, you know what, maybe he's on the list? Or are you going to be like Mom here?
He's literally entertaining pardoning the woman in prison that was behind all of this shit to keep her quiet.
No, to open her up. I think to open her up and tell us everything.
But she has lied multiple times in all of these proceedings that led to her incarceration.
Because she's afraid for her life.
But why would she stop lying, even if she gets pardoned? I don't think she's like a trustworthy person in this entire scenario.
I don't know. She's gonna dump on some people and she's gonna raise some people up. So who's it gonna be? Which side?
Do you think someone like that deserves a pardon from the president of the United States, like a get out of jail free card? What she did to all those children?
No, I don't.
And so if he pardons
Corruption, that he's a sleazy piece of shit for letting somebody like that go free.
No, I cannot say that about the president of the United States. I like Donald Trump.
So even, let's say he pardons her, and let's say he runs for a third term. Would you vote for him again if he pardons Ghislaine Maxwell?
No, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. York Little, your comment was old man with painted fingernails. You know, York, I'm so sorry that you are so insecure that you're triggered by someone who you don't even know who happens to have nail polish on. Man, your life is so empty. Wow. It's unfortunate. Seek help for that. Maybe get a hobby. Okay. Or you're just jealous. Whatever. So wild. So wild. Good morning, Tracy. How are you today? Tracy? Tracy, are you there? Tracy? Tracy going once. Tracy going twice. Okay. Anyway, this is going to be interesting because I do believe, I look at this big picture. I also look at this from a media landscape. Look at this from a media landscape, right? How they do not want to be associated with things like this. And we'll start to see it. I mean, Rupert Murdoch, which I wanted to discuss this because part of the story here, right? And we've covered off on the event. At least I believe we've covered off on the event of J.D. Vance very covertly going to Montana. You know, the advance team wasn't notified. They didn't really even have anybody at the airport. So it was sort of secretive. Don't forget, Rupert Murdoch and Lachlan News Corp, right? They own the Wall Street Journal. They own Fox. And you've got two competing entities in regards to how they're going to cover this. Fox is doing everything they can to try to protect the president. And the Wall Street Journal, through their investigative journalism, is exposing or amplifying. Is there a storm in my area? I don't think so. No, it's just hot as hell. You got, Fox doing the Fox shit that they do. And then you've got the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal is the one that broke the story about the birthday list. They gave, Trump's name on it, Clinton's name on it. The Wall Street Journal also broke the story about how Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche let Donald Trump know back in May that he was on the list. That's the Wall Street Journal. Rupert Murdoch's not going to tolerate defending P3DOs. He's not going to allow that on his airwaves. I'm convinced of that because it's dollars and cents to him, right? So Newsmax will run that story. Will advertisers advertise on Greg Kelly's show? Greg Kelly, a convicted rapist, or allegations of rape against him, on more than one occasion. Just keep that in mind. Also, do not forget, Ghislaine Maxwell is not a victim. Girls 14 years old testified at her trial that she not only was part of the conspiracy to traffic these girls, but she participated in the abuse herself. She is not a victim. And for anybody to try to defend that, then you've lost your entire argument about protecting the kids. It's game over. It's game over. Okay, let me just check a couple things here. I've got some wild clips from Trump to share with you guys from True Social, and then how, as I've been talking to you guys about how I care about the independence of the free press, that's not something that the Trump administration cares about, and then they'll use their lies and their rhetoric to justify it. Thank you, Marie, for your $2. Marie is starting the $2 campaign. Thanks for doing this every day, Steve. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Marie. Thank you for saying that. You're very kind. Okay, don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. If you want to support the channel, you can do that. You can do that by gifting. You can do that by subscribing to the channel. You can also do that by using the various things that are out there and the things with the things, and you know how to do that. Appreciate you. Okay. Guten Morgen, my dear. How are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you this morning?
I'm fine.
Awesome. Well, I thought I'd pop up here. Oh, sorry, I lost my earbud. Hold on one second. I thought I'd pop up here real quick and do our morning announcement.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. Y'all know that I'm here to remind everyone to please support our fabulous hostess with the mostest. He's our vocal Vermont vanguard who vividly voices vital views with vision and virtue. And he's here every day with that fiery feral fist for freedom, bringing you facts over feelings, because facts still matter, and they always will. So if you have the means, let's help Facts meet his gift goal in subwaves. Subscriptions are an easy way to show support, and you get access to emotes and sub-only events like our weekly raffle giveaway. You can show support directly with the apps in the link tree of his bio, which is a great way to avoid the TikTok tariff. You can find the Facts HQ and Discord link there as well. You can reach the HQ via factsstillmatter.site, and you can check out the merch, another way you can show support and get a little something for yourself. I'd like to encourage y'all to participate in our daily dollar donation drive. Given just $1 or $2, it truly adds up and it makes a huge impact. But if you're just looking for that fun-free form for the Facts family to frolic, then Discord is the place. If the link in the bio doesn't initially work, try to copy and paste it into a browser or Google. That usually works. If not, reach out to a moderator. We'll hook you up. When you join, please open a ticket. There's a couple quick questions to help get you verified. And if you need assistance with that, you can ask in the unverified lobby and we'll walk you through it. Now, if you haven't already, please click that follow or heart me up at the top of the screen next to Fax's name. You can join the team for the cost of a penny. You can do this every day, and it helps the algorithm to keep us on the FYP. The main thing that we ask of y'all is to interact in the comments as well as tapping your little hearts out. It's always free to tap and share out the live. If you don't have any friends, you can just click the copy link. It works the same as a share and no one will be the wiser. After this live stream, when you have a chance, head on over to YouTube and subscribe to Facts Still Matter there as well. You can rewatch shows for any information you may have missed and like those videos while you're over there. Subscriptions on YouTube are free, just like following your favorite creators here on TikTok. Lastly, be kind, smile at a stranger, and have a fuck your feelings kind of day.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate you very much. Have a lovely day.
Same to you. Whee!
Eve goes back to school this week, so that'll be interesting. Thank you, everybody. All right, so let's shift gears a little bit. We're going to continue to cover that. There's too much information that still flies at us at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Actually, I've got a request. Let me get to that real quick. Good morning, Joe. How are you today?
What's up? Good. How are you? I just woke up.
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just I looked at your post and it looks like you're saying Obama lives rent-free in Trump's head.
Totally.
I think it's pretty appropriate for somebody to, remember the fact that former president obviously weaponized intel and lawfare against the incoming president. And there's a huge difference between
Well, hold on. Let's.
Yeah,
let's
if you look at the released documents that Tulsi Gabbard, if you look at the released documents that Tulsi Gabbard just released, yes.
Joe, take a deep
talk
breath.
over me.
I'm going to talk over you because I'm not going to let you spew misinformation. I want you to tell me, first of all, did you read the documents? You can unmute. Joe, you can unmute. Do you know how to unmute your microphone? You can't unmute. Okay, I'll send you the information.
You turned off my ability to unmute, which is what you do.
I can't.
I have seen the documents, and I worked in military intelligence for 10 years.
Joe, you got to start.
I've seen the documents firsthand, and I've worked in military intelligence for 10 years. I'm not going to let you monologue. Do you want to have a conversation? Dude, I'm not going to let you monologue. I just answered your question. This is my fucking live. You know, bro, you don't have the facts.
Talking.
So you're engaging manipulatively.
Stop. Joe, stop talking. You can't have a conversation. I know what you want to do. You want to come up here and just ramble to feel like you got information on your side. You don't, okay? Mods, you don't need to mute him. It's okay. I can take care of it. Appreciate that. So what I'm asking you, Joe, is like what information was available? Because what I'm trying to figure out is what are the crimes that are being alleged? So this is what I'm trying to figure out, because I've read the documents and I went through it, and I speak here objectively every single day, and I'm trying to find what crimes are being alleged, because no one can seem to answer what the crimes are. Because I can just use Barack Obama's words to contradict everything you said. I can also use Marco Rubio's words to contradict everything you've said. I can also use Tulsi Gabbard's words to contradict everything you said. I can use the Intelligence Committee from Marco Rubio, who is the chairperson of the Intelligence Committee in the Senate who investigated this, their words to contradict what you said. So what I'd like to know, Joe, is what crimes are you alleging that that Barack Obama committed? It's that simple. Unmute your microphone. Unmute your mic, Joe.
I can't unmute because you have moderators.
Okay. Well, I just sent you the invite to unmute, which means you can unmute. So again, I went through that list. What I would like you to tell me, tell me what crimes, because again, Donald Trump and others have called Barack Obama a traitor. So I'd like you to tell me what crimes he is alleged to have committed.
Yeah. So you spoke for a minute and 15 seconds. So let's see if I can go without you interrupting me or muting me for a minute and 15 seconds.
No, I'm not going to promise that. If you're going to spread misinformation, I'm going to mute you again.
I'd have a stopwatch. I was timing you.
I don't care.
You can't let me speak a sentence.
If you're going to spread misinformation, I'm going to interrupt you.
I'm about to tell you exactly what conspiracy, treason, weaponization of intel.
Okay, again,
there was
those
a Steele
words,
dossier
what
which was proven false. There was a Steele dossier which was proven false.
You're stupid. Okay, I'm gonna play. In fact, I'm done with you. You're just fucking wrong. Just get out of here. Here's the sound. Okay, the allegation. Did you notice that Joe is unable to exactly tell people what the crimes were? The Steele dossier, we've addressed this. People want to hold on to the Steele dossier. What the Steele dossier did, what the Durham report did, okay, I went through the summary. The Durham report said that the way in which the FBI acquired their FISA app to investigate into the Steele dossier was questionable. It did not refute the fact that there was evidence connecting Russia to the 2016 election. This is what we know. Okay, this is what we know. It was the Mueller report, the Senate Intelligence report. Don't forget, Barack Obama was accused of misleading the public. Well, let's listen to what Barack Obama had to say. How about that?
The kind of tampering with the voting process that was of concern and will continue to be of concern. Going forward, that the votes that were cast were counted. They were counted appropriately. We have not seen evidence of machines being tampered with. So that assurance I can provide.
So there you go. That's the whole story. Barack Obama at a press conference informs the American public we have no information or evidence that they tried to. We believe that they may, but we have no evidence that they hacked voting machines. No evidence. That was the claim that Tulsi Gabbard has made. Barack Barack Obama addressed it. They said that he tried to suppress it. That's what Tulsi Gabbard said in her statement, that the Obama administration suppressed it. Really? How do you suppress something when you stand in front of the American people and tell them exactly what the right is claiming that you suppressed? So, enough of that fucking nonsense. Here's what's really interesting, though. The right in Tulsi Gabbard's letter, and this is the tell-all. She sends this memo to get people all fired up, and you know it has that it's illegitimate. You know it's beyond legitimacy when she uses words in this statement. This is on page. This is in the summary on page 8. She says, "Deep state officials in the intelligence community began leaking blatantly false intelligence to the Washington Post as proven by an unpublished article by a whistleblower claiming that Russia used cyber means to influence the outcome of the election. They had a massive misinformation, propaganda, disinformation campaign fueled by the Kremlin and their various entities, and they used it to infiltrate the American elections, not hacking the voting machines. The only people making that claim are you people, Joe. You and your menses. You guys are the ones that are making that claim. Okay? You guys are the ones that are making that claim. And what's worse is we can use your own words against you. Case in point. This is Lindsey Graham. Okay, this is kind of funny.
Lots of other friends.
Funny in a not in a ha kind of way. Funny is like, wow, Lindsey, you just got busted. So he was on the shows over the weekend. Okay, he's now part of the propaganda machine, trying to say that Obama is treason. Okay, just listen.
At the time, you agreed with the findings of the intelligence community. I want to play back what you said at the time. Take a look.
Yep. The Russians did it. It was the Russians who tried to interfere in our election. Every member of the committee agrees it was the Russians. They didn't change the outcome, but they did release information embarrassing to the Democratic Party. It did affect Hillary Clinton. There's only one person in Washington that I know of that has any doubt about what Russia did in our election, and it's President Trump.
Senator, are you now saying that you don't believe that Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election?
Well, what I am saying is that you left a lot out.
So there you go. Just another example of the people involved. Just another example of people involved. The people that were on the intelligence committee, the people that were investigating it. Barack Obama's own words, okay? It's for people to just be like, I don't, it's really not that difficult for you guys. Don't you think it's at least, we'll call it a coincidence? Or is it coincidental that the day after we get the whole, there's the no list kind of thing, the day after the Wall Street Journal story drops that, yes, in fact, we did notify you, Mr. Trump, that you're on the list, the day after that, this story about Barry being a traitor is dropped? It's freaking hilarious. It's hilarious. By the way, I want to share something with you. David, who was up here earlier, is apparently running for Congress. I reached out to David and said, maybe you want to join my show sometime. We can talk about your content. And then David comes up here and starts spewing misinformation. And then David criticizes me and says, oh, because of those Trumpers, I can now no longer live stream my campaign event. Please moderate your lives because those commenters that comment TDS mass reported me. Hey, David, I got some news for you. I don't give a fuck what side of the political spectrum you're on. If you're going to come up here, monologue, and provide misinformation, then I'll show you the fucking door too. So, bye. Have a good day. Thanks for playing. You come at my mods, bro, you come at me. You come at my family, you come at me. So you can go fuck yourself. Have a good day. Anyway, the reality of this is that we've got people in the intelligence community who've all confirmed, right? That people connected to this campaign, that the Russians absolutely infiltrated the election. No one has made the claim that they hacked voting machines. The only people making that claim The only people making that claim are people like Tulsi Gabbard. Okay? That's it. They're the ones that are making it, and they're trying to run with it now. They're literally trying to run with it. It's not going to end because this is one of those situations where they're going to try to do everything it's not true. It's not true. There's no information there. Once again, watch this. If Barack Obama participated in a high crime and or misdemeanor that led to the levels of treason that they're claiming, and he gets his day in court, and we find out that he is in fact guilty, then throw his ass in jail. I don't care because elected officials work for me. They are my employees. They get my vote. I'm not in a cult. Would you cry if he did? Would I cry if he did? No. I wouldn't cry. I'd say another fucking corrupt politician. Throw his fucking ass in jail. Like, don't you think it's weird though? So here's a question for you guys. This is something that MAGA has not been able to answer. Why was this not brought up during the first 4 years of the Trump administration? Why? Why was it not brought up the first 6 months of the Trump administration this time? Why? Why is that? Why is it that it came out like literally the day after? The day after the Epstein news about Pam Bondi informing Mr. Trump that he's on the list. Why is that? Kind of funny. Kind of funny. Interesting. So we're going to continue to follow that. All right. With that being said, there's still a lot to kind of get to. I don't know if there's so many roads I can go down this morning. Hold on a second. Let me just check in here. Yeah, got that. Saw that. Okay, got that. Thank you, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little spicy today because don't come on my mods. Don't tell me what to do here. Don't tell me what to do. Nuh-uh. Wait a minute, I have that. Nuh-uh. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me see how else I want to sort of continue to paint this picture for you guys. I've covered that. Okay, this is interesting, specifically as it relates to these accusations of treason levied at Barack Obama. Okay, we're talking treason here. The penalty for treason can be, all right. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. So Mr. Trump was asked this question before he headed off to Scotland, by the way, to talk about the future development around his golf course in Scotland on taxpayer dollars, his flight to Scotland. And you know how pitifully bad, how pitiful the administration is? They used video from a concert in 2016 as a claim on their social media that this was the reception that Donald Trump got when he got to Scotland. It was a concert from 2016 because the internet sleuths did the research and said, nope, this is from this concert from 2016. So yeah, exactly. Scottish taxpayer dollars for the security, United States taxpayer dollars for the flight, and then he went out and played a round of golf or two on his golf course. And then did you see the video of him cheating? I did this. I wrote a story one time as I was meeting with, I went to a seminar with other C-suiters, and they were talking about how the line are drawn. They used golf as the analogy for this. They said that people who cheat in the golf course are very likely to cheat in the boardroom, cheat on their partners, cheat in business. And there's this famous video of one of his caddies jumping out of the cart, walking ahead, and then just kind of dropping the ball behind him. And then Trump went on to hit the shot. So is your life so fucking shallow that you, first of all, cheating at golf? I look at golf as like purgatory. If you hit your ball in the woods, then you shouldn't be given a gift to try to get out of the woods. You got to hack your fucking way out. Now the foot wedge is different. Like if you're playing winter rules and you get mud on your ball, yes, you can move your ball a club length maybe. That's as long as you and your partner are everybody's on the same page. But to cheat at fucking golf, I mean, it's just whatever. So the whole immunity conversation, right, about how Mr. Trump petitioned the Supreme Court, don't forget, to get immunity. They claimed that the president should have immunity, and I went back and read that case, and it's very specific to the constitutional roles of a president as to what immunity looks like. And there's arguments that can be made that this would be considered personal, this would be considered whatever it might be. So Barack Obama, in this case, from according to Tulsi Gabbard and others, is acting in his capacity as the chief executive, leading this conspiracy, which we know he didn't do. Okay, so here's this. This is the sound, because he was asked this question. Trump was asked this question about immunity, and I didn't think about this, but this kind of gives me. Well, we'll talk about it. Hold on.
Do you think that the Supreme Court's ruling that benefited you on presidential immunity would apply to former President Barack Obama and what you're accusing him of doing?
It probably helps him a lot. The immunity ruling. But it doesn't help the people around him at all.
Trump said. Oh, it's interesting, right? So yeah, that probably helps Obama. Okay, so then why are we pursuing it? Oh, I know it's a distraction. But he said it doesn't help anybody else around him. That is true. Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, Tom Homan, Russ Vought, all these people. Did I say Stephen Miller? I'm not sure I say it again. Stephen Miller. All these people are now then subject to court filings? Maybe? I don't know. Why are we pursuing Barry if he's got immunity? The president even acknowledges it himself. But everybody else? Pam Bondi? Are you going to come in and testify? Caroline Levitt, for the amount of lies that you tell every single day? Yeah. Okay. We didn't really cover, I'm going to back up a second because I'm going to weave a web for you here. I saw Letterman and I saw Colbert, and I'm a huge fan of David Letterman, a huge fan of Stephen Colbert. I think it is disgusting what CBS has done. People can say that it's about the ratings. He was the number one ranked late night show. I think late night TV in general has seen a dip, but we know what this was. This was for Trump's friends and minions to be able to buy up CBS, merge with Skydance, and then turn it into another version of Fox News. Okay, so I was disgusted by that. I'm glad that I went to the Late Show. I'm glad that I sat in the Ed Sullivan Theater. First of all, I was fanboying like crazy. I got in a little bit of trouble because I ran down to the set. Wasn't supposed to do that, but I'm like, I'm gonna fucking go. If I'm here, I'm going down there because the Beatles stood here. Somebody's like, you can't be in here. I'm like, I'm sorry. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. They're like, we get it. It's okay. I'm like, all right, thanks. Anyway, it's just blatant corruption. Packing, just basically sealing the fate of broadcast media, which again, I know I saw that. Roe Cooper, we're going to talk about that. I'm not a fan of legacy television. I don't watch it, don't have cable, don't give a shit. I figure out a way to borrow friends' access so I can watch football over the course of the weekends, but I might even consider changing that. I'm not sure. I haven't gone that far yet. Anyway, you've got the president making a statement like this on Truth Social. And I think the funny thing that I say, the funny thing that I say, but that I wonder about is how are they communicating? Are people within the administration communicating with each other? Because when you have the president going out, right, saying things like this, where is it? Hold on a second. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. Appreciate you. Okay. Let me find the sound that I want to play because this is hilarious. when you go on the record and you want to say shit like this, you're going to find yourself in a lot of hot water. Let me see if I have it queued up here because this is crazy. All right, it's right here. Hold on. This is the statement from Mr. Trump. Networks aren't allowed to be political pawns for the Democrat Party. It has become so outrageous that, in my opinion, their licenses could and should be revoked. MAGA. Again, networks aren't allowed to be political pawns for the Democrat Party. It has become so outrageous that, in my opinion, their licenses could and should be revoked. MAGA. Brendan Carr, who is Trump's appointed FCC chair, was on Greg Kelly's show, News Nation, which is a political pawn for the MAGA movement, Fox News, which is a political pawn for the Republican Party. This is what he had to say on the topic of the merger between Skydance and Paramount.
And do different on 60 Minutes. Is there anything beyond that you could tell us about what they're going to do differently, fact-based? That's kind of a cultural shock to them. It's going to be.
Yeah, it might be news to some folks over there. One of the things they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias monitor.
A biased monitor. We're going to appoint someone on the new merger between Skydance and CBS. CBS, obviously, 60 Minutes is a CBS-owned property. We're going to put an ombudsman in place, a biased. Here you go. Here's the sentence again.
Yeah, it might be news to some folks over there. One of the things they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias monitor that will report directly to. One of the things they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias. Things they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias monitor that will report.
Okay. Again, the statement from the president. Networks aren't allowed to be political pawns for the Democrat Party. It has become so outrageous that, in my opinion, their licenses could and should be revoked. Wow. Comcast, NBC is down in viewership almost 28% this year. Their programming is terrible. Their management even worse. They are an arm of the Democrat Party and should be held accountable for that. Likewise, fake news, ABC, MAGA. All those claims about the fake news, all those claims about manipulation of the media, and they are telling you out loud that we're going to put a biased ombudsman in place to make sure that the stories they're covering do not go against what we tell them to go against. It's wild, right? RDPSC, you're a troll too. You guys don't get it. You don't understand. Sorry. You guys don't understand. An ombudsman is basically like an auditor, somebody who's going to monitor, someone who's ultimately responsible for the journalistic integrity. That's basically what it is. So how is it that you can make claims of the fake news? How is it that you can make these claims? How is it you can sit up here and say all these things about journalism and whatever else? And listen, I can't stand legacy media. I've been very transparent with you guys, but I believe in the integrity of journalism, which is why you read print publications, which is why you don't mainline your news. Now, we've gone through this exercise before. Just because we all walk around with biases, there's nothing wrong with a bias. The issue is propaganda, disinformation, and misinformation. And we've done this study. I would recommend, I'm not sponsored in any way, although I'd like to be. Ground News, if you're listening. I like Ground News. I like it a lot because they give you the filter. Like who's covering this on the left, if anybody, who's covering this on the middle, and who's covering this on the right, if anybody. And I like the way that they explain the story, which I talk about this a lot. They talk about it in terms of, is this a headline grab? And then the validity of what they're reporting, because the right has determined that an opinion piece is fact. It's not. I also like Straight Arrow News for the same reason. They give you the filter. I'm not sponsored by them, although I'd love to be. If you're listening, I like the way they approach it, because they'll take a headline that's been shared on either a left-leaning or a right-leaning organization. They'll put the headline through the filter, and then they'll provide evidence as to what is factual in the story and what isn't. And that's where I get a lot of my information from. So there's that. Anyway, I think it's mind-boggling, personally, to me, that the president is talking about a wing of the Democratic Party. Meanwhile, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr is saying, oh yeah, we're going to make sure that we put a biased ombudsman in place. to make sure that CBS is doing what? Reporting only on what we want them to. And that's what's going to happen. So I hope you guys are a fan of 60 Minutes. I really do. I don't see how it continues, to be honest, because if they're going to be told what they can report and how, then that's not journalism. He said not biased. No, he said biased. He didn't say not biased. He said biased. Here it is again.
Directly to what they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias monitor. What they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias monitor. What they're going to have to do is put an ombudsman in place for 2 years. So basically a bias. What they're going to have to do is put an
My God. Was that, that was just a Freudian slip? Got it. Exactly. Yeah, CBS moving to 60 Minutes moving to a new network? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I hope so. I hope they do. Okay. We're going to be joined at some point this morning, I hope, by Bernard Taylor, who's running for Congress in Florida, the 21st Congressional District down there. Looking forward to talking to Bernard. We had we missed last week, then I had to reschedule. He had to reschedule, so we're hoping to have that taken care of today. Just a few more things that I want to kind of play before that interview, and we'll probably talk for like 30 minutes or so. But I found this just fascinating. Trump's obsession with wind has not gone away. I don't know when this fantasy that he has with wind, where it came from, why he has this obsession, but it's really kind of embarrassing, to be perfectly honest with you. And what's worse is now you've got people in his ecosphere sharing it. So this was over the weekend in Glasgow, or last Friday. Okay, here you go. He's railing against wind. Here you go.
Well, I say two things to Europe. Stop the windmills. You're ruining your countries. I really mean it. It's so sad. You fly over and you see these windmills all over the place, ruining your beautiful fields and valleys and killing your birds. And if they're stuck in the ocean, ruining your oceans.
You know what I don't give approval to? Those stupid windmills that go round and round and round. We're going to build a plant that produces electricity. And you'll produce it through natural gas, coal, nuclear. We don't want to produce it through wind because we don't feel like ruining 50 miles of beautiful plains and beautiful vistas.
Wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises.
The United States generated enough solar and wind energy power to more than 70 million average American homes in 2024. It's the future. Well, when you say things like that, and then you get people going into safe spaces like Fox News and then saying this dribble about wind and solar, buckle up for this, you guys. Buckle up.
Your oceans, stop the windmills.
Is he right? He's 100% right. Look, just so people understand.
By the way, this is Mark Thiessen. He's a former speechwriter. That's what I fucking do for work. He is an embarrassment to our profession.
Wind and solar only work when there's wind and sun.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Wind and solar only work when there's wind and sun. Now, I know you guys, because you're the smartest chat on TikTok, I know you guys understand that. Understand that there are things called batteries and storage in an entire storage industry, right? Okay.
We don't have technology to store the energy from wind and solar. So if you make yourself reliant on wind and solar, then if there's no sun and no wind, you get no energy. It's insane to be making your countries dependent on this. At first they went from being dependent on Russia for natural gas. Now they're depending on wind and solar. Maybe they ought to do what he's doing and start, producing nuclear energy and drill, baby, drill. That would be smart.
I just think we're all coming around that way, and hopefully the West will follow. They have no.
It's hilarious. But Taco Cat says I won't debate. Okay. Well, this is, first of all, these aren't debates. Taco Cat, first of all, this isn't really a debate, but is there something you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how we're going to push this on a 75-year petroleum-based infrastructure. We don't have even the lines to create, this incredible electric grid that you want.
We did.
We did.
We actually, that was part of the infrastructure bill that Joe Biden had signed into law that Trump wants to take away. That's actually what's happening. Have you ever looked at the Department of Transportation and in the Department of the Interior and all the thousands of projects that are going across the country to do exactly what you said we're not doing?
Yeah, I've heard about it. It's kind of the same thing as like a high-speed rail.
Heard about it, but you heard about it, but did you bother to look into it? You can just
say like no, the RDR or the RDER? Which one? MURI? Which one?
I'm asking you. Program? I'm asking you. Have you bothered to look into it?
Yeah.
Have you looked into it?
Yeah, the DoD projects.
Not
in
only
what part?
DoD,
In infrastructure?
Yeah. Again, so your claim was that we're not going to be able to do these things because we don't have the infrastructure for it. That was part of the reason that we had the infrastructure bill so that we could invest in these things. Okay, that's what we're talking about.
Well, so he did pass a major bill, and once again, we don't see it happening. I mean, where is construction started? Let's look it up.
Look it up, man. There's a full-on website. There's projects all over New England. Where do you live?
England. I see bridges still falling. I remember that one bridge that came down. And once again, I don't see the massive amount of money on our infrastructure happening. I don't.
Again, can you answer my question? Have you looked into it? Have you gone and looked at the projects that are happening across the country? Have you to do that at all, or are you just spewing?
Well, I look into things personally.
So but that would be anecdotal.
I don't show up
to
personal.
Site. Right, but that would be an anecdotal example, right? Just because you don't see something around you doesn't mean it's not happening, right? There's construction everywhere. And what I want to know is why would Trump want to? He talked about being the infrastructure president. Don't forget, he promised in 2 weeks we're going to have this massive infrastructure investment. We get it under Joe Biden. We hear people, even in red states, saying, people who voted against it in Congress going to ribbon cutting ceremonies for these projects, trying to take credit for it. Why would they do that?
Well, it's still, because there's billions and millions of money allocated for, infrastructure, bridges, roads. We're not going to take that out or restart it. If half of our party agreed that this is going to be better for the country, if it's talking about fixing roads and just the most basic, but
he did.
He did what?
But he did. Donald Trump has been, again, part of the big, beautiful bill was to cut funding from some of those projects. Why would you do that?
Well, that's fair. All right. Especially as he's trying to allocate as much as he can.
Why is that fair?
Well, he's trying to allocate as much as he can. Hey, let's not do that.
So take credit for his own stuff? So he wants to take credit for it?
Well, he doesn't like him. Number one, these are two people that are going against each other. If you and I are against each other, that. And you get a $1 trillion bill up, and then I win, I want to take your $1 trillion bill down.
Of course you do. That's of course you do. But what if it's good policy? It's good policy, right?
Not if I hate your guts and I think you went after me, and tried to arrest my whole family. So that's
personal.
Yeah, I think
that's not the question I asked.
Total personal.
That's not the question I asked. I'm talking about policy.
Yeah, I think once again, a lot of it is good.
If it's good, hold on. If it's good policy, is good policy good policy? Yes or no?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so do you believe investments in the American infrastructure, bridges, roads, cyber, all these kinds of things? Do you believe that that's good policy?
Yeah. Do you think it would stop?
Okay, so then
nothing's going to stop, man. We're just going to alter the plan.
True, but that's what Trump. Okay, again, alter the plan. Why? Cutting funding for projects that already started?
No, because we believe that your side is trying to create a different style of America than our side. So we're going to try to allocate as much funds everywhere we can.
What kind of America am I trying to create?
You don't want that convo. That's the big convo.
I'm asking, what kind of America am I trying to create?
Well,
you seem to be an expert. Then tell me.
And listen, I don't rant. I'll give you 20 seconds to land a plane. If you're for the right, we believe we're for strong borders, protecting children, not telling boys they're girls. Don't interrupt me.
Protecting
20
children.
seconds. 20 seconds.
Shut the fuck up. Protecting children, huh?
We have
Protecting
emotions
children.
in this room. I see.
Yeah, well, we do because I hate bigots. Protecting children, right? So, so the Epstein file should be. Yeah, cool. So
it doesn't feel good, does it, when you talk about hatred? What a strange thing.
Then we agree. Then we agree.
I don't
so
hate
you
you,
believe
buddy.
the Epstein then you believe the Epstein file should be released, right?
Nothing's going to happen. What do you want on there?
Right. That's not the question I asked.
Yeah,
do you believe the Epstein file should be released?
And if his name's on there, arrest him. The movement continues.
Do you believe that Ghislaine Maxwell should be pardoned?
No, God no.
Okay, but why is Trump talking about doing that? So if he pardons,
he said he could.
Yeah,
they asked.
You don't think he's going to?
The reporter asked him if he could. He said, "Yeah, I could."
He said, "I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that."
Yeah.
Then he said, "I could."
Yeah, he's just letting the reporter know that he has power to.
If he everybody knows that. If he pardons her, what are you going to say?
I'm going to say that she probably had something on there that could hurt his party politically, and he found it best to take that out.
So then you don't care about kids.
Well, you can't say that because you have no proof. You see,
no, I do.
Where it gets real legal.
If you are trying to
real legal.
Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail, Taco?
Oh, because of what she did with the kids. Yeah.
Right. So that you just said that you care about kids.
Yeah.
So
but you're trying to relate that as Trump letting her go. Trump did stuff with kids. That's where the proof's going to hit the brakes, right?
Really? So how do you know he didn't?
Because you and I are just hearsaying. We were nowhere.
How do you? No,
we weren't there. That's why, sir.
How do you know that he didn't?
We weren't there.
How do you know that he didn't?
How do you know that he did? There's the flip side to that coin.
We don't answer questions with questions. How do you know that he didn't?
I don't. Is that what your answer is? You want to sit in your little seat with I don't? And you don't either.
You're right, I don't. That's why I want the list released.
Okay. Let me ask you a dead honest question.
So do you believe the girls who testified at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial?
Fuck no.
You believe them?
No.
You don't believe the
Let's not go into E. Jean Carroll and those stories because we will pull up the depositions right now.
Right.
You don't want to hear what they said.
You don't believe the young girls that testified at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, right?
No, those kids I believe. Do I believe E. Jean and the
I didn't ask her.
No.
So you don't believe that
definitely happened. Yeah.
Right. But you don't believe the woman who described what happened to her exactly what Donald Trump said in the Access Hollywood tape. You don't believe that?
You mean E. Jean?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I saw a video. Her on Anderson Cooper. Did you check that interview?
Absolutely. You know what she talked about? What'd she talk about?
Her book and the situation and everything.
Right.
Yeah,
and she said that some women find grape schmexy. Didn't she?
No, she didn't say some women. It's on my TikTok right now.
Yes,
it's on my TikTok right now.
Yes, she did.
Why do you think Anderson tried to cut to commercial, man? Why do you think he tried to run?
Hey,
did that seem like a sane person to you?
Taco, let's start from scratch. Okay, let's start from scratch. What'd you have for breakfast today?
I don't eat breakfast.
Nobody fucking cares. My God. The effort that people are going to go through. The effort that people are going to go through to try to defend this shit. It's amazing to me. It is amazing. It's just like, wow. It's so crazy. What's up, my friend? How are you?
I'm do some two articles. There's like six of them, but I sent you two of them that I could find just on the fly of that. What was it? 3 minutes, 5 minutes of hell that you were going. That was the two articles that I sent you. One was from the Department of Agriculture, and the other one is, I believe, maybe the State Department. But both of them show our
I'll take a moment to appreciate this.
Water,
Her smile so cute.
Reese's, Snickers, and
RYLIM about to send a TikTok. Uni, are you ready?
Sure. The watermelon Sour Patches, bro. Watermelon Sour Patch shit. Favorite drink? Water.
OFCU like watermelon. Could have guessed that myself. Arizona best drink. Favorite dessert?
Favorite dessert. Probably ice cream, bro. Yo, cake is so nasty and cupcake is nasty, bro.
Cheesecake.
Probably ice cream.
Cheesecake. Ice cream. Mine's is RYL. Pineapple Fonda best drink. You miss me? DWIM still here. JS not.
One is down.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Odyssey, fantastic, book. I love the movie and all of the what is it? The theatrical performances of the Odyssey is great. There's no windbag. Outside of him, there's no windbag. So
it's true.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, apparently there's a bunch of TikTok outages, which is causing our YouTube to glitch so we're working on it, guys. Sorry if the YouTube is not working. We apologize. If we can't get the entire live up there, I'll make sure that we get it posted. And sorry, all I can say is sorry. Sorry, Manny. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about it is that when people like our previous guests who are so far down in the cult, their grape apology just shines and shines and shines and shines, and they think they have the evidence on their side. They're simping for people who are first of all predators, and then realizing that good policy is good policy. At least I got him to admit that investments in the infrastructure are good. He didn't even realize that we were doing that. Why then would Trump want to take away funds for programs that are going to help the American people? Because last time I checked, it's supposed to be about America first, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's, it is the Constitution is only good for certain people. States' rights is only good for certain people. It's only good for, I mean, I'm going to call a spade a spade. It's only good for the Southern Dixiecrats, the Southern Bloc states, other states. Correct. It doesn't, those amendments, those rights, those articles, it doesn't matter, right? But the last thing, and then I'll jump down, is just giving you an update. We're still getting everything together. Olive is going to start a new job, and that's why I haven't really been in touch with you about doing the Monday show. Okay. Once she gets the job, we'll have a steady schedule. That being said, I've been sending out weekly updates on my Substack, and I've been like, maybe that will be more helpful for people to get their immigration update until I'm able to get a better schedule. That being said,
no problem.
The biggest thing that happened last week was the overturning of a 3-decade rule that gender-based violence was a protected asylum, protected reason for asylum. Underneath the Trump administration last week, gender-based violence is no longer protected. So a person that has experienced femicide or gender-based violence cannot seek asylum for that very reason. But we're protecting women and children, apparently.
Apparently, yeah. We know that the State Department just cut their funding for the program on human trafficking that's been extremely successful for the past 25 years, but they're about protecting the kids. We know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, anyways, I'm gonna keep going. Keep watching. Thanks.
You got it, buddy. I appreciate you. See you, Manny.
See ya.
Yeah. So there's always going to be, and we try here not to make sure that we're platforming people, and so I probably carry that previous guest a little bit longer than I should, but when the conversation goes to his grape apology, then that's when the conversation is over. But anyway. It's just so wild. Trump cares about himself only. Yeah, that's true, and making money. Mystic, how are you today? Mystic, are you there? Mystic Nova?
Oh, hi. I accidentally request. I love you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. See you later.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. I see you, Chris. I'll get you in a second, buddy. She was born before the wind. If you know, you know. June, how are you? Junie, how are you today?
Hi
there.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I can, yes.
Good morning. Good morning, Fox. I love your show. I just wanted to say with the other guy, that was like too much. First of all, he's lying. I mean, I live in New York, I live in Manhattan, and there's construction everywhere. I put up videos on my post if he wants to go and look at it, and he would see the construction here. I mean, we got to detour. Every time I drive, I got a detour here, a detour there. There's construction here. Thanks to Biden and the construction and the infrastructure bill, and everything is working out fine. So I don't know what he was talking about. I guess he wasn't looking at the television.
Yeah, because his feelings were hurt. That's all.
Yeah, that's what it was. But please, if he's there, look at the videos I put up. I live in Manhattan, in New York, and in Brooklyn as well. They're doing it. I think they're doing it everywhere, all 5 boroughs. So thank you, Biden. Thank you, Biden.
Exactly. Judy, thank you very much for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much. See you later. Have a good day.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Sorry. Okay. Chris, I've got a few more other things we're going to get to today. Happy to have some more guests come up. It's not a problem. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good. How you doing this morning, Steve?
I'm doing good, kid. How you doing?
Listen, I don't know what that guy's talking about, infrastructure. I can't go 20 feet without hitting construction around here. It's ridiculous.
Well, you're in Boston. I mean, that's I don't know if that's the best indicator.
Oh, it's true. But, by the way, the reason he hates wind is the United Kingdom built wind farms off the coast of his golf course in Scotland. That's true. That's true. Really. And before I get into the other thing,
but he cares about the whales too, Chris. He wants to make sure the whales are safe. Yeah.
Well, the birds aren't real anyway. We all know that, so that doesn't even matter.
So true.
But before I get into that, I have a question that's been bugging me. Is the layer going to be underground? Hey.
Exactly. I played the sound from Barack Obama earlier saying, no, we don't have any evidence that they have hacked. Doesn't mean that they may not be able to someday, but we don't have any evidence right now, which is the entire claim that Tulsi Gabbard's made. So it's just a big fucking cover up. That's all it is.
And Trump didn't find it in the 4 years he was office. They didn't find it in the 2 years the Republican controlled everything, the House and the Senate in the last 2 years of Biden's campaign. So they didn't find any of that. I mean, they supposedly found all kinds of stuff on the Biden crime family, evidently not enough to impeach him or anything, but they found all that stuff, but they couldn't find any of this. It's ridiculous. And the fact that these MAGA tards will go bend over backwards to try to go, oh yeah. It's because, like you said, you were talking to someone. You said, "Well, do you think Bill Gates is on the list?" Oh yeah. Do you think Bill Clinton's on the list? Yeah. Do you think Donald Trump's on? Oh no.
Exactly.
You look at his history. If anyone there, any name that you've come up with, the person whose history you can look directly at and go, "Oh yeah, definitely." He's the sexual predator.
I mean, again. Yeah, I mean, we don't. What we know is what we know about Donald Trump's convictions, his civil, the civil decisions against him, the fact he's adjudicated, numerous claims from numerous other women. We can put two and two together. I'm not going to stand here and say that he's guilty because I think that is irresponsible.
Right.
I'm going to let the court of public opinion say that, and I believe that there's enough evidence to say, well, okay, there's enough evidence there, so to clear your name, then we should get all the information. All the information should come out. That's what I just want to happen. Right. I don't see why I don't think that that's unreasonable.
Well,
right?
somebody pointed out that if his name was not in those files, right now there would be a $500 leather-bound copy that he signed that he would be selling to all his followers. If his name was, that's exactly, it'd be putting it out there. But it's absolutely ridiculous. But the real worrisome thing is it's distracting from all the stuff that's really going on. I mean, the fact of the matter is, what people don't realize, and anyone in here should follow Mr. Global because he's excellent with this, is your utility bill is about to skyrocket.
Absolutely, because of LNG.
Because of LNG, plus cutting back on renewable energies like solar and wind. If you're taking that off the grid, where demand is going up, plus taking LNG and shipping it overseas, you're going to start seeing. Mr. Global saying you're going to see utility bills for $2,000 a month. I don't know if it's that, but
depends where you are. Depending on where you are, absolutely. So
Greenland, it's not cheap for us at all.
Certainly not, and that's where I am. I mean, I get a lot of our energy from Hydro-Quebec, which I'm grateful for. But who knows? They might decide to pull the plug.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I know that the lair is going to have its own windmill and its own solar panel. And when I get access to the lair, which I'm thinking maybe 5 minutes a day, if I'm lucky, I'll be able to enjoy 5 minutes of electricity and wind.
Will it have a fire pole?
A fire pole? That's again, we don't judge. A fire pole. Yes, it's going to have
fire pole
fire
like that,
pole.
Man. You sick bastard.
Yes,
like
a fire pole. It's absolutely going to have a fire pole. No doubt about it.
Keep your mind out of the gutter. All right.
I appreciate you, buddy. Talk to you later. See you, man. Yes. There's going to be a fire pole in the lair. Outsider, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I wanted to go back to the knucklehead who was talking to you, and he brought up E. Jean Carroll. I did see that Anderson Cooper actually put out the interim part that they're saying he went to commercial and, did some kind of telling her what to say. It was actually pre-recorded, and he played, it was about a 10-second stop where he said, okay, we're done. All right, yeah, we're good. Okay, and he just started talking again. Now, I'm sure, they'll say that was fixed or whatever, but it's shown on there that they didn't even stop for like 6 seconds.
I know. Yeah, we talked about it, and she talked about it in her book. That there's the grape fantasy that's been studied. That again, consent. If that's what two couples agree on, and that's something they want to do, then I support that. But she didn't talk about it in terms of herself. She talked about it in terms of what she said that other women find it sexy. All she said was that all she knows is that it hurt. So
yeah, and every one of these people that come up, they're still touting that I care about children thing.
I know.
It's
right.
I mean, you can't even take them seriously. It's making me sick.
You can't. I agree. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
Bye.
See you later. On that topic, I figured this might come up at some point over these few days. I'm going to play a little bit of sound for you guys. It might be triggering a little bit, but I think it's necessary because this goes back to the testimony that she gave in E. Jean's case. This is the testimony that he submitted. I'll play this for you guys. A lot of it's pretty, despicable.
Jurors in the case saw the video in court. Yes. In the case saw the video in court. And
he calls and so forth. He's also asked about groping. About that. Take a listen.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the you can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been Largely true, not always, but largely true.
Largely true that if you're a star, you can just grab women by the vagina. I didn't realize that was in the star handbook. Sadly, that is true, but I didn't realize that was in the book.
Fortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
He said unfortunately or fortunately, by the way.
I think you can say that, yeah.
Okay.
Carol's attorneys are trying to convince the jury that...
Okay, there's that. And then I think it's necessary that we kind of close the loop on this a little bit, because this is the Access Hollywood tape.
It's like a magnet. You just right on the other way. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the... Moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and... She was married.
That's huge news, Sarah.
No, Nancy.
Yeah.
No, this was... And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where there's some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a... But I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case they start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. Right on the other way. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
If you know any young boys.
Yeah, there's that. And then there's a little bit more sound that I think is necessary to play. I'll play this for you guys as well. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. Don't forget, we are crowd-funded here. If you want to support the channel, you can do so. The $2 challenge has been thrown down. Anybody wants to donate a couple of bucks, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, much appreciated.
The statements that you made in June of 2019, did you or anyone working for you reach out to Bergdorf Goodman?
After the statement was made, no.
In your June 21 statement that's marked as Exhibit 20, you say, and this is the Litvin tweet, I never met this person in my life.
Yes.
Was that a true statement when you made it on June 21, 2019?
It was a true statement when I made it. I think subsequently, or at some point, they showed a picture on a receiving. I was on a celebrity line for a charity, and I think I was either shaking her hand or her husband's hand on a receiving line. Like I say, shake a lot of hands with people, but I had no idea who she was.
So if I can understand your testimony, sir, you're saying that at the time you made the statement that's in DJT 20, you were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You have since seen a photograph that shows you with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line. Correct?
Along with a lot of other people. This was a very public, I think it was a charity or a celebrity event or something. And I think that's her big claim to fame, you know, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
So the answer to my question is yes, that after you made the statement, you became aware that there's a photo of you with Ms. Carroll in a receiving line, correct?
At some point,
okay.
I saw there was a photo on a receiving line, yes.
Okay, let's mark the photo. What number are we at? What? You have in front of you a black and white photograph.
This is the photo he's looking at.
Marked as DJ.
During the process, I saw it.
Jaden.
Bro, I love this car, bro. I finally got some.
Customizing it like he gon' use it.
I will. You never know. Yo, thank you, K Money. I appreciate you. Wait, what the fuck did Kari? When did Kari send me?
You gonna play BR?
BR? No, hell no. I just got that shit for free.
ALR Den.
Bro, that means everyone gets this
Bro
car
stole
for
my
free,
name.
bro.
You have a cute smile.
Play Roblox sometimes.
He thought he was special. Apply for creator code. I seen someone with 2K followers have it.
I should get credit code, bro. I want this to be nonchalant but walk, bro.
You could get it easily. Zesty off.
I tried. Oh my gosh, Cap is here
Make
and
the code Chauncey the Goat.
Cap and Ari are here, bro. Yo, listen. Y'all need to apologize. Cap, apologize. Vanessa, thank you for the
RYL,
follow.
what's your height?
5'10".
Wait, did you just say I try to be zesty?
Jay, what the fuck? Jay, how tall are you? Nah. Nah, Jay, how tall are you?
Can we get a room tour?
Bro, but y'all gotta understand, bro. I just started growing my mustache like the beginning of this year, yo.
5, 10?
Yeah. Yo, Jay, how tall are you? Nah.
Lock in.
Yo, Jay, how tall are you? Nah. That wasn't to you? Oh, my bad. My bad. Noah plays, bro. What the hell? What's your favorite gun? Spaz, of course, you know. Chauncey, and how tall are you? The fuck? Talking about locking this shit. I can't control my height.
I am 6'3".
Bro, come on. Don't need a lot, bro. The hus is not here. Oh, yeah.
On my dead sister.
Yo, why would you, like, come on, bro. Lock in. Oh, shit. Yo, alright, yo, Jew. Yo, have a good day, bro.
CS,
Appreciate
you
you.
always think I am playing my whole family talk.
Why would he say that? I don't know,
Talk.
bro. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yo, thank you for the follow.
A moment of silence.
Can I play? I already got full squad right now, bro. Right now, bro. Set up fire, thank you, man.
Like you use like a 20,000 mats and they never finish.
Nah, for real though, yo. Sorry for your loss, bro.
You would have asked me to put it on God and I on put none on God.
Bro,
Like
I don't.
you use like a 20,000 mats and they never finish.
Yo, I don't, bro. I never say put it on God, bro. I don't do that stuff, but okay. Damn, bro. You do not know me. Bro, you do not know me, bro. I do not put nothing on God, bro. Not gonna lie, Frezify had to get muted, bro. People just be saying stuff, not for real, bro. I do not put nothing on
You
God,
legit
bro.
said that last time I said some and I told you I on put stuff on God.
I
What
never
did he
said
say?
that, but okay. But alright.
Brody, how you gon' tell me?
How you gonna tell me what? Come on, bro.
User so buns.
User so yo, chill, bro.
I had the interaction with you.
Okay, bro. Shut up now. Like, yo, it's never that deep, bro. It's never this deep, bro. It's never that deep, bro. Come on, yo.
ALRMYF is. Wait, who's user?
User, bro, that's Ari's man, bro. That's Ari's man, bro. It's walked. It's walked. Yo, it's good, Landon.
Oh my bad.
User plays no build. Oh. Nah, bro, chill on user, bro. He's good.
Now people be coming out of nowhere and be asking for mod and they don't even follow lol.
Oh hell no, yo, get the fuck. Yo, get that dead ass, get away. No. Damn, Nard,
I follow.
Nard. Bro, why would you say that, bro? Yo, Adam, bro, come on.
Nard selling hard.
Too many people with our name, bro. I know.
What?
You got people asking for mod and shit. Wait, Silas, are you her brother? Yo, W fucking sub from Sophie, bro. Yo, Sophie, thank you so much, bro. W sub from Sophie, thank you so much.
W Sophie in the chat now.
Now, exactly now.
I am not mad, I am irritated, I am not mad, I am irritated, I am not mad, I am irritated.
Yo, thank you so much, Sophia. I appreciate you a lot, bro.
Shut the fuck up, Paul. Jaden too scared to mute Paul. Old geezer.
Oh, yo, get him. Dead ass, get him. I need that mythic, bro. I got him, don't worry.
At cock, don't talk to Paul like that.
Oh my gosh, bro, no.
Who they think they is talking to Paul?
Why you hate on Paul? Not for real, bro.
Severance sickness hop off my dick.
That's my uncle. I mean, oh shit. Wait, we did. Our stream is good, bro.
Paul says anything he wants and don't get muted, but if I say something once I get muted.
Bro, Paul does not say a lot of shit, bro.
You miss me? I am still here, JS not typing JS a reminder.
Oh
Paul
my
is RYL
gosh,
uncle, that's
bro.
why.
Oh, bro, like, yo, bro, I better see them fighting, bro. Alright, she's low, yo. Come on, Gina, you got this, bro.
Running away.
Gina, you got this. Ah, shit, it's raps.
Paul always gets a pass.
No, he does not, bro, he barely says stuff. He barely says stuff.
Now Paul said something so zesty I am surprised you didn't see it. No, I am saying no matter what he does, he deserves a pass.
He's one, yo. Thank you, holy shit. It ain't that serious, dude. Nah, for real. But like, think about Chauncey, yo, you and Ryan, bro, y'all like spam it though.
All I
Like,
am saying how high level you are compared to me.
you would, yo, like Chauncey, bro, you and Ryan be spamming it, bro.
Earlier you muted me and I didn't even say a thing.
Yes, you did. Bro, hold up.
They be the reason why you need to add a delay to
Yo.
TTS.
Nard.
I said 50 hours is crazy.
Nah, bro, you said fuck up.
Chauncey
B-word.
not even in this chat.
That was good, Flicks. That is Chauncey
Bro,
right
no
there.
I didn't.
Bro, yeah, I literally looked up in chat.
I
and
was cooking.
You looked it up. I won't even fucking land, bro.
I got muted for a minute earlier, remember?
I don't remember that. That was not me.
ALR bro WTVE and even say none.
Yo, Gina, bro.
Put the delay 10 secs. Where is he then? I miss Ryan. What user is Chauncey?
Yo, what's good, Mina? Yo, Mina, thanks so much for the heart me and go popular. Is Ryan muted? Yeah, Jay muted him. Yo.
Let's do a poll to unmute Ryuk.
Jay, if you want, you can unmute him, bro. It's your
How about
call.
no?
It's your call, bro. It's your call, bro. Well, she said hell nah.
Let's do a poll right. Okay, I'll give him another chance, but like father, this the last one.
Alright. Yo, Mina, thank you so much for the sweet scoop, yo. Wait, W fucking Mina. Yo, Mina, thank you so much, yo. Yo, Mina, thank you so much. I appreciate you. AI. What does that mean?
Is Ryan still in the chat after being unmuted for that long?
Yo,
He not in here.
damn, Jay, you made him leave. I don't even know. Really, Jay? LJ in the chat.
I am sorry, stop now, I feel bad.
Nah, I'm joking, bro. Joking, bro. But like, yeah, Nike is worth it.
Well, I knew he wasn't here cause by then he would have 10 different alts.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Ryan does make like hella ults, bro. He's probably mad at Jay. Like shit.
If only anyone spoke out for me when I get muted.
Anyone spoke out? Oh hell no. Yo, I'm actually like, my Zen is plugged up, yo. My Zen is plugged up, yo. You ready to look at my Zen, chat? Calm little Zen. Calm little win. Wearing off TikTok the first
Ryan
time.
is the only one who we notice be muted. Calm Lil win. Congrats. G fucking G. Y'all need to notice when I am muted. RYL, can you follow me now?
Yes, go. Thank you, Dahlia. I'll see you. Alright, Mina. Have a good day. And can you follow me? You want me to follow you that bad? I got you, bro. Yo, Geek, thank you so
Spin
much
the
for the
board.
follow.
If it lands on blue, I get mod.
Oh my, he's back. Man, you're such a baddie. Don't beat me this time. That was my mods, bro. Yo, it's one off blue. It's one off
No,
blue.
so close.
It was one off blue, bro.
RYL, you touched the wheel, I seen you.
Oh, I promise I didn't.
Bro, you rigged it. Did you do it?
How did I rig it, bro? What? Make me mod always be in your lives? No, you won't.
I seen her hand.
No, bro. No, now you're trying to lie, bro. I did not move it, bro. No, bro. I'll do it again, bro.
Did you give me the follow? Everyone seen her hand. Yes, you did. I saw you. Are those honey packs in her closet? Lol. Give me that mod.
No, bro. The first time, bro. On, bro.
You just changed it. LOLOLOLOL.
On chat's life, bro. I promise you,
Give
I
me
did
that
not,
mod.
bro. No. On chat's life, the first time I did not move it. How are you good at Fortnite while not being chopped? What?
Bro, I got it twice.
No, you did not.
RYL, you did not follow me. I feel so bad for chat.
Bro, Adam, why you want my follow you? Wait, yeah, wait.
Okay, give me that mod.
Wait, yeah, look at them. They're gonna try to. Oh shit, I'll take it.
I got IR second time.
Nah, bro. See, so look at me lied, bro. Yo, let's get Ace in a blanket. Server on West. See, look, he lied, bro. So you know what you was
Bro,
doing,
we
bro.
seen you move it.
No, not the first time.
Spend one more time then.
Oh shit, got pink, yo. Bro, I'm fine with my
There's
mods
no
right
way,
now.
bro.
Yo, my mods are cool, bro. I like them, bro.
Can you add me? I am honeypack_dicex.
What the
I got it
fuck?
twice. Lil spin.
I just knew it, bro. I just knew it, yo. Oh my! Hey Gina, I'm coming to you.
To prey on my downfall.
Hey Gina, how are you, man? Gina, get him! All right, Silas, I'm gonna catch you, yo. Nice job, Gina.
It's her icon.
It's my icon, really? A donkey?
Can you add me? I am honeypack_dicex. That was a unicorn actually.
I'll add you, bro.
It's actually a unicorn.
Yo,
no bitch.
That's a unicorn? Alright, a unicorn, bro. Damn, my bad, my bad.
Okay, thank you, RYL.
Yo, W walk, bro. Take that blue one then.
Stop begging to get added.
Why the fuck is this drone like? What the fuck is wrong with my builds?
Disable pre-edit.
No, man. Name a car for edit. BMW M4.
Can never get a kill in peace.
I'll get better at building. Probably slow-mo maps, bro. Sometimes What do you mean, Bing Bing?
What do you think a mini tastes like?
Probably like a fucking Powerade, bro. Probably a fucking Powerade.
RYL, give me a nickname.
Alright, Adam Kitten.
Spin the wheel. If it lands on yellow, I never get muted again.
What clipping software you use? I use my GPU clipping software.
Chill out before Paul gets mad.
Yeah, fuck Paul.
Lol, yellow. Yellow.
Green, yo, what the
luck?
fuck? Why is it green? What the fuck?
What you say?
Why did
Bro,
it just
come on.
it just turned green? What the fuck? There's no way. What the yo wait.
Yo, he's never getting muted again. Fuck
Yeah, I'm
you,
not
bitch.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna say, no matter what, he's gonna get muted, bro. What the
Bro,
fuck
you
talking
need to stop this. RYL, I saw that.
No, you did not, bro. It was still spinning. Yo, Chauncey,
We all
bro.
saw it.
What's up with your fucking luck, yo? Why the fuck does it like it gives you like one off every time, bro? What the fuck?
Chauncey, do it again. Yay or def not touching it.
Nah, for real, def not, yo. BS, bro, not BS, bro. Put a shirt on. Brooke, listen, when you click my live, right, do you see that little arrow like right here, I think? I don't even know, bro, right here?
Purple and you have to give me everything.
That little X, bro, you know. Hit that and then you scroll up.
Shut that shit up.
Yes? Okay, then. You hit that, Brooke, and then you scroll, bro.
RYL, spin the board. If it lands on orange, you gift me or something.
Thank you so much for the heart me.
Purple and you give me everything.
She said the fuck?
Coming into her live telling you what to do.
Nah, for real. Tell him, Jay.
RYL, spin the board. If it lands on orange, you gift me or something.
Shit didn't go there.
That's a whole SSA dude, y'all misgendering him like crazy. Bruh, weak ass spin, do a strong spin. He not strong.
Yo, what's good, JRX?
Do a strong spin.
Spin was broken though, by the way.
WSGRYL.
It's good, yeah. I don't even know what color y'all said.
Aggravated LMAO.
I'm not. It landed on orange, bro. That was good, Rita. I'm not getting aggravated, not at all.
It did. Land on
Yeah.
purple, you gift me both of the new skins.
What? Wait, what happened when it landed
No
on
way.
orange?
He said orange LMAO.
For real? What the
Give me
fuck?
my gift.
Hell nah, I'm not agreeing to none of these terms.
I said orange on God. He always says orange.
Yo, do not say on God.
Yes.
Do not say on God,
When can
bro.
I join for squad?
Do not say on God, bro. Do not say that. Chill. Damn, but he actually said that though. That's crazy. What the fuck? Yo, this shit is rigging for you, bro. This shit's cheating.
RYL, but I said orange. Scroll up and see. User selling my yellow.
Can you use that? Yo, chill on
Can I
user,
join
bro.
after this game? Hey, so it landed on my colors 3 times and you didn't give me what I asked.
Alright, Thalia, I appreciate you for stopping by, yo.
So what you
Have a
gonna
good day.
give me?
Have a good day. I gift you a 100, 200 V-Bucks emote, yo. Got you. Gotta drink with a switch, man. You too, thank you, bro.
Okay,
Yo.
after this game, do it. Bink, bink,
don't even
I
got
told
you
him
at
if
it.
it lands on yellow, I never get muted again, and he scammed me. Drop ammo, please. What do you know about a fully drac?
Shit, I got one in my inventory right now, bro. Yo, what's good, Rylan?
Let me try my luck again. My
Nah, dead ass.
username is reversal underscore
Wait.
HUD8.
Wait, name a color
Can I
right
join
now.
after
Wait,
this game,
Chauncey,
RYL?
name a color, bro. Name a color, bro.
Spin the wheel.
For
If
real.
it lands on green, RYL is a twink.
Oh, wait, oh, hell no. Blue? Alright, blue. That shit just broke. Alright, let's see though. Wait, you might just be the luckiest guy. Wait. I'm not gonna lie. If all the clips did not fall off,
Did you break it, bro?
maybe.
So close.
Maybe.
We heard it break.
Bro, I don't know, bro. That shit was
My
like,
username is reversal underscore
bro,
HUD8.
that shit was 72 and it's so like fragile, yo. Spend 70 for what, bro?
If IR land.
Epic moment in
You proud
DEI
of-
failure.
You proud of that picture?
Oh, I'm happy he survived for sure.
Cool. So what do you want to talk about?
I was just listening to your dialogue about Bongino, and I think if it was Trump, he would have
It's not
resigned.
dialogue. I just read his post. It wasn't a dialogue. I just read his post.
That's fair. That was the wrong word to use. I think if it were Trump, he would have resigned.
Really?
I do. I also think that if
So-
Biden and Harris had that information prior to the election, they would have used it to basically destroy him. Instead, they just made up hoax after hoax after hoax.
What hoax did they make up, Fred?
Oh, Russia collusion hoax, Fusion GPS hoax, doesn't pay his taxes hoax. I mean, the list goes on and
But all
on
those things, all those things, but all those things are true, Fred. All those things
The
are true.
Eugene Carroll hoax. Well, if they're true, then why didn't the IRS go after him?
They did. He's a president.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They did. The
IRS did not go after him.
Fred, stop talking. Stop. Listen. His claim was the reason. First of all, did he or did he not promise to release his tax returns? Yes or no? We know the answer.
I don't remember him promising that, but I don't know. I don't think he's obliged to.
He's not obliged to, but he said he would because every other president has done that and he didn't. His claim was that they were under audit. Now we know because the IRS came out with a statement and said, actually, no, he's free to release these. We can't. He has to. So I don't know why you would think.
But then they did.
Just gloss over that. Well, no, they didn't. He didn't release every year, which is when we found out that he only paid $750 in federal income taxes. So then there you go. So that's one piece of your story that I just debunked.
So was that legal?
Was it legal? It's not a question of whether it was illegal. The question was why didn't he do it?
Because of tax policy. Because of tax policy is why.
That's not the question. He's the one that made the claim that he's going to release it. If he was this big, bold, powerful multi-billionaire, then why didn't he release it? Why did he promise to release it and then not? That's the question.
Because he didn't want the Democrats to go after his business and destroy him.
Right. That's your justification. That Fred, you're fine to justify that all you want to. That's completely fine.
That's why I would do it.
Okay, that fits with your MAGA narrative. That's totally fine. So the question regarding Russia collusion was never suggested. But do you know what collusion is?
I do. And what are you talking about? You want me to play the clips? Because they're nonstop for 2 years. Russia collusion. What is collusion? What is collusion, Fred? What is it?
Collusion
is people cooperating for an outcome.
Cooperating for an outcome. Secret agreement or cooperation between two or more parties for an illegal or deceitful purpose. It often involves actions to deceive, cheat, or limit competition and is considered illegal in many jurisdictions, including the United States. What was the result of the Mueller report?
The Mueller report was inconclusive, and it basically said that he wasn't guilty of anything.
Is that what it said?
Pretty much. That's the Cliff Notes version for sure.
Pretty much? That's not what it said at all, actually.
Well, then why wasn't he charged?
Because he was the president.
Why wasn't he charged when he left office?
Because we've got a system in government now where, don't forget, the president can't be held accountable for things, apparently, according to the Supreme Court, right?
According to the Supreme Court? No, according to the Constitution.
Immunity. No, immunity.
It's according to the Constitution. It's always been there. They just had to reaffirm it for the ding-dongs that didn't know it.
No, it hasn't always been there.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Yeah,
no, it isn't.
Presidents have always been immune from prosecution for acts in office since the beginning,
That's not
since
true.
the founding of our nation. It is.
That is not true. No, it's not.
It absolutely is.
Was Richard Nixon going to be indicted?
Oh, I don't know if he was or he wasn't. I know he wasn't.
He was. He was going to be indicted. He wasn't.
When was he
because
indicted?
He resigned. Again, listen to what I'm saying.
He
listen to the
wasn't
words.
Indicted. Okay.
Listen. But they gave the option to resign presidency. So you're wrong again. The option to resign presidency. So you're wrong again. He indicted, but he resigned instead. Do you understand?
Or he wasn't going to be indicted and he resigned.
He was going to be impeached and removed and indicted. He resigned. That was the deal. Then he got pardoned by Gerald Ford.
I don't think
Do you not
he was
understand
going
how
to
that
be
works?
at all. Yeah,
You don't think
I
he
understand
was?
that he wasn't indicted. I understand that he wasn't indicted.
He wasn't. Again, you don't listen. So then moving on to the Mueller report. The investigation produced 37 indictments, 7 guilty pleas or convictions, and compelling evidence that the president obstructed justice on multiple occasions. Mueller also uncovered and referred 14 criminal matters to other departments, other components of the Department of Justice. In the summary statement, this is the summary. The Mueller report states that if the special counsel's office felt they could clear the president of wrongdoing, they would have said so. Instead, the report explicitly states that it does not exonerate the president and explains that the Office of Special Counsel accepted the Department of Justice policy that a sitting president cannot be indicted. The Mueller report details multiple episodes in which there is evidence the president obstructed justice, the pattern of conduct, and the manner in which the president sought to impede the investigation, including through one-on-one meetings with senior officials, is damning to the president. Does that not matter? Should we not have that information in the public lexicon for discussion?
That's the narrative of nonsense that keeps you guys clamoring for more silliness.
The narrative of the narrative of nonsense.
It's not the federal. It's not the Federal Bureau of Exoneration. It's the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And if their investigation yields no productive evidence, then they can't prosecute. It's that simple.
So productive evidence in your mind, Fred?
No evidence of guilt. It's not the Federal Bureau of Exoneration. It's the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
But are you the arbiter for that? So
no, Mueller was. That's why he didn't move forward.
No, he didn't move forward because of what I just explained to you.
It was all a hoax, and they knew it.
So can you engage in the conversation or no? Do you have that capability? Maybe you can be the one person that can represent MAGA to have an intelligent conversation. I have my doubts, but maybe. So explain to me why the Senate Intelligence Committee, with Marco Rubio as the chairman, the Durham report, which also backed up the Mueller report, the Mueller report, and then numerous other global intelligence services all said the same thing about Russian election interference. Why is it that they all agree, but Fred doesn't?
Yeah, you're referring back to a time when people didn't have the information they needed to make accurate decisions because they weren't aware that it was all false information that they were being fed.
So
they weren't aware that they lied to the 4 years of the Trump,
the 4 years of the Trump presidency.
Please
that wasn't enough
respond.
Time. No, the 4 years of the Trump, the 4 years of the Trump presidency wasn't enough time.
What are you talking about? Wasn't enough time?
You said they didn't have enough time. They didn't have the information at their disposal. The 4 years of the Trump presidency wasn't enough time.
No, it was hidden by the weaponized DOJ.
Who hid it?
Probably Obama, Brennan, and Clapper.
How would they have? But how would they have hid it if Trump was in charge of the Department of Justice for 4 years?
They hid it by withdrawing his briefing that would have shown him that it was false, and then they issued a false briefing that.
Withdrawing whose briefing? Withdrawing whose briefing?
President Trump's. He was going to get a brief.
Who was the president?
You haven't read the DNI records. You haven't read the DNI records.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
You haven't read them.
No, I have.
No, you haven't. How many pages are they?
I don't know. I think it was like 15 or 16.
No, it's like 168. So I know you haven't read them. So stop bullshitting. Because I read the actual statement. That the statement is like 11 pages. The information that Tulsi Gabbard provided is all redacted. So stop lying. You haven't read it. I have. There's no information in there. The
I have read it.
No, you haven't. You just said it was 15 pages.
They falsified the intelligence you just said it was, to make the dumbest
15 pages.
Think that he was
you said it was 15 pages, Fred. Fred, you said it was 15 pages, so you didn't read it. So stop lying. The question I have for you is,
I read it.
No, you didn't. You said it was 15 pages. How could you have read it when it's like 168 pages, my guy? How could you have read it? You didn't read it. So stop lying. Just stop lying. Just be like, I was wrong. I didn't read the entire thing, because you didn't. The question I have for you is, why then during the Trump administration did they not release any of this information? They weren't in charge, but Biden or Obama wasn't in charge of the DOJ. Chris Wray was appointed by Donald Trump. Why didn't they do anything about it?
Wray was a disaster. Honestly, that was probably the biggest mistake.
Then Trump hired shitty people, right?
He definitely
doesn't. He hire the best? Doesn't he hire the best?
Well, he thought he was, but obviously he didn't in that case.
So can you explain to me then? So can you explain this to me? Explain it to me. I'm just curious. Explain it to me how the Biden administration with Obama withheld information, because Obama is on the record saying we don't have evidence that they hacked voting machines. He's on the record saying that. So why would Tulsi Gabbard claim otherwise?
I don't even know what you're referring to right now.
Because you didn't read the report. In Tulsi Gabbard's
report, it very clearly states what happened.
No, you didn't read the report. I'm talking about the full thing, not the summary. I'm talking about the full thing. She claimed that Biden suppressed information about Russians hacking voting machines. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Never happened. So why? I mean, I'm just curious as to why you think it did, Fred. We have the evidence. I don't know why you would make that claim. It's so easy to refute. You didn't read the full report, because if you did, you would know that so much is redacted. In fact, even in the report herself, the problem is she'll go up in front of the press and she'll stand in the press room and she'll tell easily manipulated people like you of all this stuff. And then you go back and you look at the documents that she provided, and what she did in the documents is just to reaffirm that we know that Russia hacked the election through conspiracies, through propaganda, through misinformation. Even Barack Obama went out publicly in December of 2016 and said we have no evidence that Russia's hacked the voting machines or flipped votes. So what is it that he did exactly?
He didn't do anything. He got attacked by a weaponized DOJ. Very simple.
No, Obama.
They hid the
What did Obama do? What
They
did
hid the
Obama do?
information. They manufactured. They
didn't.
manufactured
They didn't.
baloney. They fed it
They
to
didn't,
the Washington Post,
They
and
didn't,
then
though.
they ran with it. They used
They didn't, though.
competing papers to
They didn't, though.
corroborate their bullshit claims.
They
No,
didn't,
they
though.
did.
No, they didn't.
And they withheld a president's daily briefing in order to feed the narrative of
How
nonsense
could
into
they
the public.
withhold a presidential daily briefing when Trump was the president for 4 years? Did you forget about that?
This was when he came into office and Obama was still transitioning out. In the transition, he's supposed to get the same daily briefings as the
And he
prior
did.
president. No,
And
he didn't.
did. Yes, he did.
Nope.
You made the claim. So, Fred, you made the claim. Then you can back that up. So, what source could I go to that says that Barack Obama withheld Donald Trump's presidential briefing? Where can I find
It's
it?
right there in the DNI release. Hang on, let me pull it up for you.
That's Tulsi Gabbard's claim, my guy.
No, it's
That's
not.
Tulsi
It's the
Gabbard's
communications. It's the communications that she released. It's in the
So
communications.
why would Obama, my guy? Why would Obama be accused of suppressing information about election machines being hacked by the Russians, and then say that why would he?
So that he could create a false narrative to vilify.
So are you saying he suppressed that?
I'm sorry. Am I saying he suppressed?
Are you saying that? Are you saying that he kept that from the American people? That he never made a statement publicly that the Russians hacked the voting machines? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the intelligence agencies told him that they never interfered or hacked or even had the capacity to hack the voting machines. And then he turned around and withheld that presidential daily briefing from Trump and used the information to create a false narrative. And then he put the intelligence agencies to work to create the false narrative in order to vilify their opponent. It was a political prosecution with a weaponized DOJ that was going after a political opponent.
So you're saying that Barack Obama kept that from the American public?
He kept it from Trump and the American public, and then fed nonsense stories into the papers, into the press.
I just want to be clear. So you're saying that Barack Obama kept information about Russians being able to hack voting machines from the American people. Is what you're saying?
He kept information that they didn't hack the voting machines or collude with Trump in order to a shit narrative.
Okay, just so I'm clear, that I got that. So I would like you to listen to some sound then, and then you can go away.
The kind of tampering with the voting process that was of concern and will continue to be of concern going forward, that the votes that were cast were counted. They were counted appropriately. We have not seen evidence of machines being tampered with. So that assurance I can provide.
So, Fred, since I literally just contradicted exactly what you said that Barack Obama kept
and
that
what was
from
the date
American.
of that
I'm not done talking. December of 2016.
Okay, keep going.
Just a few weeks before Donald Trump took office. So your claim was that what I just played for you did not happen. That's why I asked it as specifically as I did. And you said, yes, he kept that from the American people and he kept that from Donald Trump. Now, he couldn't have kept it from the American people because that was in the White House press room. And he couldn't have kept it from Donald Trump because that was in the White House press room. So tell me again, justify your claim now that I played that for you. Did you not know that sound existed?
No. Again.
So you did. So you're busted.
I'm not talking about. No. Again, I'm not talking about his public statements. I'm talking about his private actions and utilizing the screen of secrecy in order to facilitate a narrative of nonsense.
Let's go back to what I asked you. I asked you specifically if Barack Obama kept Russia's a bit. Voting. I asked you twice. You can't hear me?
No, you totally cut out. You were you were digitized and you cut out. Your screen froze.
Okay. I'll say it again. I asked you specifically if Barack Obama kept information from the American people and from Donald Trump by not being forthright and suppressing information about Russia's ability or inability to hack voting machines. And you said, yes, he did that. I literally played you the sound of him contradicting exactly what your claim was.
You're referring to a public statement. I'm referring to private actions that he took behind the scenes in order to facilitate the narrative of nonsense that you fools have bought into. He had
Fred,
nothing to do with Russia. Russia didn't help him in the election, and it's all been released, and you're going to learn more about it in the coming days.
Right. So your claim now is that Putin did not pay deference to Donald Trump during the 2016 election?
That's definitely my claim.
Okay, cool. Let me play some sound for you.
To the campaign, and they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily, and frankly, we beat her.
Putin revealing for the first time who he wanted to win.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Wow, what do you know about that, Fred? Pretty wild, right? Pretty wild. So let's reset.
Yeah,
so
Lester Holt is a total clown, and he's been perpetuating this horse shit from the beginning.
Fred, this was was it Lester Holt that answered the question, or was it Vladimir Putin that answered the question? Which one?
Yeah, I don't know how those sound bites come together, and I don't remember seeing that interview.
Would you like to see it on camera? Would that be better?
Yeah, show me the interview.
Cool. It wasn't an interview, it was a press conference. Stand by. This is so fun just dunking on you. It's so easy too.
No, I mean, what's great is you think that these clips somehow or another justify what he did.
It's not a clip. It's not a clip. Okay. So this was the statement. This was the question was asked. This was the famous Helsinki summit where Trump said that he believed, he took Vladimir Putin's word for it over our own intelligence services. But here you go.
And frankly, we beat her.
Putin revealing for the first time who he wanted to win.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because he talked about bringing the Russian relationship back to normal, Putin said.
Was there anything behind it?
So is that not good enough for you then, Fred?
Honestly, I think it's just a guy pandering to the person that he's debating or having the conversation with. He's trying to ingratiate himself to the new president.
Yeah, but your claim was that Vladimir Putin never made a reference to Donald Trump winning the election, and I just disproved you there too.
No, my claim is that he didn't support him in the election or do anything to help him win.
But he did.
Yeah, he didn't. According to your intelligence, according to the release in the intelligence, he didn't.
No, that's what Tulsi Gabbard is claiming, but everybody else
that's
says,
what's in the documents she released.
No, because you didn't read the documents that she released because you admitted it.
I did. I'm actually looking at it right now.
How many pages are they?
Let me scroll through.
You said it was only 15 pages, so I know you didn't read it. So let's go through the exercise here, Fred. Let's go through the exercise. No, hold on a second. Let's go through the exercise. The exercise is that I asked you specifically if Barack Obama had ever gone public about access to voting machines, and you said no, he did not, that he suppressed that. And I said, okay. And then you said that Donald Trump was denied his intelligence briefings. And I said, okay. So then I played the sound of Barack Obama. I
said he was denied the intelligence briefing that would have given the information that proved that it was nonsense.
Yeah, but you never made that claim other than Tulsi Gabbard making that statement. There is no evidence of that.
No, I didn't. It's in the communications.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So, Fred, basically what we've all learned here today is that you're a simp. Have a good day. That was that was one of my best takedowns ever, to be honest, because of every single claim. That, my friends, is how you lead the horse to water and then jam their fucking face in it. Put them on record, make them admit that, he suppressed that. No, he didn't, because he said it right here. Well, Putin doesn't want him to win. Yeah, he does. My God. So fucking crazy. My God. Can you imagine being that in the cult? I can have no identity. Anyway, good morning. How are you today? Copper? Copper, are you there? Copper? Copper for Rose? I guess not. Everybody, please keep tapping. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded here. If you want to participate, let me thank Amy for your $5. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate you very, very much. It's very kind of you. Kennedy, how are you today? Kennedy, are you there? Kennedy? I guess not. It's really simple when the information is on your side, right? It's really simple when the information is on your side. This is why I tell you guys, there was no brief that was withheld, Fred. That's your claim that a brief was withheld. That is your claim, okay? What you forget, though, Fred, and let me just remind people of a few things because Fred's a simp, and Fred has no clue. In June 2017, Trump directed White House counsel Don McGahn to order the firing of the special counsel after press reports that Mueller was investigating the president for obstruction of justice. Months later, Trump asked McGahn to falsely refute press accounts, reporting this directive and create a false paper record on the issue, all of which Don McGahn refused to do, thankfully. After National Security Advisor Mike Flynn was fired in February 2017 for lying to FBI investigators about his contacts with Russian Ambassador Kislyak, Trump cleared his office for a one-on-one meeting with then FBI Director James Comey and asked Comey to, quote, let Flynn go. He also asked then Deputy National Security Advisor KT McFarland to draft an internal memo saying Trump did not direct Flynn to call Kislyak, which McFarland did not do because she did not know whether that was true or not. In July 2017, the president directed former campaign manager Corey Lewandowski to instruct the attorney general to limit Mueller's investigation, a step the report asserted, quote, was intended to prevent further investigations into the president and his campaign. Interesting. In 2017 and 2018, the president asked the attorney general to, quote, unrecuse himself from the Mueller inquiry, actions from which a reasonable inference could be made that the president believed that an unrecused attorney general would play a protective role and could shield the president from the ongoing Russia investigation. The report raises questions about whether the president, by and through his private attorneys, floated the possibility of pardons for the purposes of influencing the cooperation of Flynn, Manafort, and an unnamed person within law enforcement. So, sorry, Fred. Actually, I'm not. It was my pleasure, it was my duty to destroy every single one of your arguments today in less than 15 minutes. It really wasn't hard. And friends, let this be a lesson to you. Don't relent on the truth. Don't ever relent on the truth. Let them spin all their bullshit all they want to. Let them do it. Let them do it. Let them. It's just easy to refute. And here's another one. Dark and Mysterious, claiming that Obama's cooked. So I just sent Dark and Mysterious an invite. And let's see what Dark and Mysterious has to say. So Dark and Mysterious, good morning. How are you today?
Hey, pretty good.
So why is Obama cooked?
I just think that we got information now that ties him to pushing a narrative.
What information do we have?
Well, he's trying to push a narrative that they were for Trump winning, like Russia wanted Trump to win more than they wanted Hillary to win.
Well, did you hear the sound that I just played?
Oh, no, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Vladimir Putin admitted that he wanted Trump. Vladimir Putin admitted that he wanted Trump to win.
Well, what did he say exactly?
So,
how did he? What did he say when he said he?
You want to hear the sound?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you saying that you don't believe that Vladimir Putin ever said that he wanted Donald Trump to win the election?
Over who? Over Hillary?
Yeah.
Over Hillary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that. No, my claim is that that we have proof that Obama was pushing that he was favoring him when he really wasn't. Like, he could say whatever he wants, but when we have proof that he's actually interfering with the election and he's not favoring either side, and then Obama fabricates a story to where he says that he's favoring him when he's not.
Okay, but that's
the issue. He was fabricated. He had them fabricate a story that wasn't.
That's
actually
your
true.
opinion. So Dark and Mysterious.
No, that's not my opinion. That's what the DOJ came out and said. They formulated this opinion.
Actually, it wouldn't be the DOJ. It would be it wouldn't be the DOJ. It would be the DNI.
The DNI formulated this opinion. This is what they came up with after they went into studies and looked into.
Did you read the report? Dark and Mysterious. Did you read the report?
No, I only saw the brief.
No, you didn't.
I only saw.
Okay,
I only know what she told.
Okay, so
told us.
I have read the report.
So I'm not going to just be a conspiracy theorist and say she's wrong.
Okay.
I'm going to believe
but
her until we find out that she's wrong. You know, I'm not just going to come out. I'm going to come out with all these conspiracies.
Okay, but you hold on.
Lying. That's crazy,
my guy.
That is crazy.
Can you take it? Can you take a deep breath? Can you take my guy? Stop talking.
Come up with these conclusions.
Dark and mysterious, dude.
Stop
talking. Stop talking. The reason I invited you up here is because you put a comment in the live that said, can you stop talking, please? If you want to have a conversation, I'm willing to have it with you, but you got to stop talking, okay? You said a lot of things there. We're gonna take them one by one. You said that Obama's cooked. I also asked you to say, okay, did you read the information? You said no. So the only thing that you are going by is what Tulsi Gabbard has told you. Do you think that that's dangerous to only take the word of the person who's saying the information? Do you think that's dangerous?
No. But as of right now, before we get any more information, I would take her word over everybody else's yes. I think that her word is gold right now. She knows more about it than anyone else can. She has access to more information than you do. She has access to more information than I do. I think that she can formulate an opinion pretty easily with that information.
Okay. That's interesting. So would you say...
And if you don't believe her, then you think that she's breaking her oath, which is another conspiracy theory, bro.
Well, let's just go down this road real quickly. So I'm gonna...
You're coming up with... I'm not gonna listen to your propaganda.
You're just gonna leave, aren't you? Because you're scared. I figured that was gonna happen. I'm 2 for 2. This was Tulsi Gabbard in May of 2024.
We need to stop these other foreign countries, and Russia's not the only one, there are others, from trying to influence the American people in our elections.
I accept.
Wow, that's wild. And then Donald Trump stating, this is July of 2018.
Our intelligence community's conclusion that Russia's meddling in the 2016 election took place.
Their assessment of 2016
and this is Marco Rubio
is accurate. It's 100% accurate. The Russians interfered in our elections. Not only that, I believe they will do so again in the future.
Wow. Let's do that again.
We need to stop these other foreign countries, and Russia's not the only one. There are others, from trying to influence the American people in our elections.
I accept our intelligence community's conclusion that Russia's meddling in the 2016 election took place.
Their assessment of 2016 is accurate. It's 100% accurate. The Russians interfered in our elections. Not only that, I believe they will do so again in the future.
Yep. And then this, just to kind of close the loop on that.
Related to the campaign, and they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily. And
before I play that, let's go back to the beginning of this one because it's even better.
An American president and a Russian leader. Their meeting framed by Friday's Justice Department indictment of 12 Russian agents for election meddling and the judgment of U.S. intelligence agencies, including Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats, that Russia interfered. President Trump asked, who do you believe, President Putin or the U.S. intelligence community? His answer?
People came to me, Dan Coats came to me, and some others.
Dark and mysterious. Listen up to this point, okay? Take your thumb out of your mouth and listen. We have 2 ears, 1 mouth. 2 ears, 1 mouth. Listen.
They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be.
So the president of the United States, believing a former KGB operative who specialized in misinformation, propaganda, and torture, I'm going to take Vladimir Putin's word over our own intelligence services, when the sound I played prior to that was Marco Rubio and the president himself accepting the fact that, yes, Russia did influence the 2016 election, and they continue to do it now. Okay.
President complimenting an offer from Putin. Instead of turning over the indicted Russian agents, Russian officials would question the agents themselves, with special counsel Bob Mueller present.
I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case come and work with their investigators with respect to the 12 people. I think that's an incredible offer.
Tonight, the president's own intelligence chief, Dan Coats, shot back with a rare rebuke. We have been clear in our assessment of Russian meddling in the 2016 election, and we will continue to provide unvarnished and objective intelligence in support of our national security. Critics like former Obama CIA Director John Brennan and unleashing.
It's something that is disgrace, and that all Americans should be ashamed of that performance of somebody who holds the title of President of the United States.
Election meddling among the flashpoints that have helped sink U.S.-Russia relations. Others include Russia's illegal occupation of Crimea and its backing of a Syrian regime that used chemical weapons. But this morning, President Trump blaming tensions on the U.S. and the Mueller investigation. Tweeting, "Our relationship with Russia has never been worse thanks to many years of U.S. foolishness and stupidity. And now, the rigged witch hunt." Today asks, does he think Putin bears any responsibility?
Yes, I do. I hold both countries responsible. I think that the United States has been foolish. I think that
You're standing there with the Russian president, Russia, the enemy, right? The evil empire. You're standing there and attempting to both sides of this, that the United States has contributed to why we have a poor relationship with Russia? What the fuck?
The probe is a disaster for our country. I think it's kept us apart. It's kept us separated. There was no collusion at all. Everybody knows it. People are being brought out to the fore. So far that I know, virtually none of it related to the campaign. And they're going to have to try really hard to find somebody that did relate to the campaign. That was a clean campaign. I beat Hillary Clinton easily. And frankly, we beat her.
Putin revealing for the first time who he wanted to win.
President Putin, did you want President Trump to win the election?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because he talked about bringing the Russian relationship back to normal, Putin said.
Was there anything behind it, or was he just being honest at that moment?
I think he was being honest, and I think he wants to cooperate with Trump. I think Trump is somebody that he thinks will do a lot of good for Russia.
For Russia.
Whether this relationship will do a lot of good for America is a different question.
Those 4 hours inside Helsinki's presidential palace, a sharp 180 from President Trump's tense showdown last week with many NATO allies.
I think we will end up having an extraordinary relationship. I hope so. I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard over the years, and as I campaigned, that getting along with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
But Putin tonight dismissing suspicions that Russia has compromising information on the president.
Does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
I did hear this rumor, he said. It is hard to imagine nonsense on a bigger scale than this.
And I have to say, if they had it, it would have been out long ago.
We only have their accounts of what happened because President Trump and Putin.
You get the idea. So the two people that we've had conversations with today, the back-to-back, which is part of the reason that I spend as much time doing it. I mean, most of this shit I have just committed to fucking memory, like even the quotes, it's just wild. But we've got the goods. Fred, you're just wrong again. And whoever our previous guest was, you're wrong too. It's just so easy to disprove it. You guys make a claim that you read the information, you don't. At least our previous guest said, oh yeah, I didn't read it, but I'm just going to go by what she's telling me. So what she's telling you now or what she told you back then? Because she told you before that, oh yeah, Russia interferes with the election. She told you that Barack Obama suppressed information from the American public regarding election machines being hacked. No, that did not happen. I can't help you. I can't help you with your reckoning. Where is it again? Let's just play it one more time. Do I have it still? Somewhere. Yeah, here you go. One more time. Again, the argument in her language that Obama suppressed, it's almost like a quote, that he suppressed the information to the American public and ultimately to Donald Trump that he suppressed information making claims about whether or not Russia accessed and hacked our voting machines. That's the entire thing. That's what the MAGA narrative is. That's what our previous guests asked. In fact, I asked them that question, and they said, yep, he did. The tan suit wearing black guy, he told the American people, he lied. He kept that from. He unpressed. It could be suppressed. Yeah, he pressed. It's suppressed. Yeah, that. Okay, did he? Did he? Okay, let's listen again.
The kind of tampering with the voting process that was of concern and will continue to be of concern going forward, that the votes that were cast were counted. They were counted appropriately. We have not seen evidence of machines being tampered with. So that assurance I can provide.
So there you go. I mean, that's the whole game. The claim that Tulsi Gabbard is making, the two people in here both have claimed to release our Fred said, oh yeah, I read it, 15 pages. No, it's 178 pages, whatever the number is. I've read it. So much of it's redacted. The information in it is what we already know. There is no information out there other than what we know, that Russia interfered with the 2016, 2020, 2022 midterms, 2024 elections. We know that they did it to advantage Mr. Trump because we know what they hacked. They hacked the DNC. We know what they did. We know that they used social media, Facebook in particular, to sow disinformation. We know that Russian server farms get popped all the time. That's why the indictments came out for people being indicted for conspiring to infiltrate the election. We know it happened. It's not deniable. Now you can claim that the FISA process to access the Steele dossier, you can question that. That's legit, totally. But the Durham report did not contradict evidence that was found. The Durham report confirmed it. In fact, what the Durham report was like an HR after action review from my perspective. It's just like you put too much faith on this, and you should have corroborated it and changed your protocols for acquiring information. I can't disagree with that. I think that's reasonable. But they confirmed the information. You can't have Tulsi Gabbard going out and saying, "Oh yeah, we know that Russia interferes with the election," and now like, "Oh yeah, well, Russia interfered, but Obama suppressed this." No. You can't have that. You can't have that. So good try, though. I mean, I really appreciate the effort. Okay, I played that one for you guys. Played that. We talked about wind. All right, this is a little bit more as it relates to the Epstein stuff, because somebody made the comments, we got to make sure that we're talking about Epstein. Oh, I'm not done talking about Epstein. We're going to talk about it every single day because it is a scandal of epic proportions. Yeah, Tulsi knows her job's in jeopardy because Trump dissed her regarding the Iran situation. She came out publicly and said, we have no evidence that Iran is close to having a nuclear weapon. That was during her confirmation hearing, her confirmation hearings. She also talked about it during the whole Signalgate bullshit that she's connected in. And Trump went after her. Oh, I think she's wrong. She's wrong about that. So is she trying to do this to be like, to get back in the circle? To get back on the pillow bed in the harem? Is she trying to do that? Is she trying to elbow out, Pam? Is she trying to elbow out Triple K? I don't know. Yeah, just get the information out there. So this was, don't forget, he was asked on his trip to Scotland on taxpayer dollars to going over there to talk about the investment opportunities at the Trump-branded golf club so that he can make more money, but waste, fraud, and abuse, right? Yeah, he's over there spending taxpayer dollars while people are losing their health care and why children will not be able to have access to food. Taxpayer money that the right is fine with spending for Trump to gallivant around the world and go golf and cheat while he's doing it. But God forbid we would forgive some student loans. God forbid we would do that. So this is again, here's the question he was asked. You'll catch it.
No.
So the question was asked, did Pam Bondi ever inform you that your names were in the Epstein files ever? He said
I was
no.
never briefed on.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that in May, Attorney General Pam Bondi and her deputy informed the president at a meeting in the White House that his name was in the Epstein files.
So MAGA, which is it? Which is it? We know that he's on the list. Let's just use list as just a sort of a catch-all term. I don't know if it's a list. We've got the black book. We know that. That information, by the way, came out during the Biden administration, so you all can suck it. I don't know what you want to call it, list, contact, whatever it might be. The Epstein files, for lack of a better term, we'll just call it the list. Everybody knows what we're talking about, right? So Trump has gone on the record multiple times saying that Pam Bondi never told him that he was on the list. He's either lying or Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche are lying. So it's because they are on the record being, that we informed the president through our process. And don't forget, there were 1,000 FBI agents this whole thing started in February. She makes the statement, she goes on Fox News saying, I've got the client list, it's on my desk. We know that. Doubled down in April, saying the same thing. She was on with Jesse Waters in April. She said, oh yeah, as soon as tomorrow, you're going to get the information. She went through the whole fucking list. Let me just pull up this real quick. All right. MAGA probably doesn't even have this, so I have this at the ready in case we need it. So this was dated February the 27th of 2025. I've read this to you guys before, so I apologize, but we have some new people to the show today. This was from the Office of the Attorney General, dated February 27th, 2025. This was on the Justice Department website. This was on Justice Department letterhead, signed by Pam Bondi, the AG. Dear Director Patel, before you came into office, I requested the full and complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's contact list, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. She is acknowledging right there that she has information. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request and was repeatedly assured by the FBI that we had received the full set of documents. Late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment of Epstein. Despite my repeated requests, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. When you and I spoke yesterday, you were just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. By 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, February the 28th, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all records, documents, audio, video, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients. Regardless of how such information was obtained, there will be no withholding or limitations to my or your access. The Department of Justice will ensure that any public disclosure of these files will be done in a manner to protect the privacy of victims and in accordance with the law, as I have done my entire career as a prosecutor. I'm going to try to find the House bill because it addresses this directly. I think I have it. Yeah, it's called the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Okay, this is what they want. Not later than 30 days after the date of the. So this is co-sponsored by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, and then we talked about this earlier. 7 or 8 other Republicans have signed on as well. I can tell you exactly actually. Massie, Khanna seek to House to vote on public release of Jeffrey Epstein files. All right. So that's the title of the press release. In the act itself, it says, not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this act, okay, Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly available in a searchable and downloadable format all unclassified records, documents, Two, Ghislaine Maxwell. 3, flight logs or travel records, including but not limited to manifests, itineraries, pilot records, customs immigration documentation for any aircraft, vessel, or vehicle owned, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein or any entity related to him. 4, individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. 5, entities, corporate, nonprofit, academic, or governmental, with known or alleged ties to Epstein's trafficking. 6, any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed documents involving Epstein or his associates. 7, internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, to not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. 8, all communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his detention, his death, and any other investigative files, documentation of Epstein's detention or death, including incident reports, witness interviews, medical examiner files, autopsy reports, the written recordings, the circumstances and the cause of death. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of any of the following: embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government officials, public or foreign. That's what we want. Everything that is called out right there. Everything. Everything that is called out right there. Mike Johnson sent people home. Now think about this. Mike Johnson kept the House in session overnight to vote to cut people's Medicaid, Medicare benefits, to kick kids off of SNAP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But wanting to expose people who may have been connected to Jeffrey Epstein and the horrible crimes against children, he sent them home early. Nothing to see here. So all we want is the truth. That's what we want. And again, the right thinks that we're going to defend Clinton or Bill Gates or whomever the fuck it is. You're right, Knack, right? Literally, think about that, right? They kept House in session overnight to vote to cut Medicaid benefits, lie about it. By the way, they're talking about some changes to Social Security, and it would literally impact the first year that I would be eligible for Social Security benefits. So there's that. I'm going to cut SNAP benefits. We're going to come up with these bullshit lies. Now they're also in the process of changing your status as an employee, right? From your exempt status, your non-exempt status. They're changing the elements of how you're basically being that you become an independent contractor. And if you're an independent contractor, corporations can justify not offering you benefits. So that whole no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, that shit doesn't fucking matter. They voted for that. But we're going to make sure that the House goes home early so they don't have to deal with this. Because if this bill makes it to the floor, I said this earlier, if this bill makes it to the floor, and it will, because the discharge process just requires a majority, meaning that any member of Congress can introduce something as a piece of legislation that they want to have voted on. And to do that, to avoid the rule, to go around the rules process, you file it as a discharge petition, meaning you just need a majority of signatures, and that will be 218. Okay? They do this, then that floor vote has to happen. I don't want to see any other language in it. This is, by the way, providing for consideration of the bill HR 185 to advance responsible policies. Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna, along with other people. So somebody needs to justify that to me, MAGA. Justify it. Justify that we've got the letter from Pam Bondi stating that she's got this information. Justify that. And then lying to the American people. Boldface fucking lie. Justify it. Justify the fact that there's a pardon being dangled for Ghislaine Maxwell. Justify that. Okay? Go ahead. Go ahead. Stand in front of the mirror, look your young children in the eye, and say, you know, I walk around every single day with my red hat on, and I tell the world that I care about children being trafficked, but I'm totally fine with the biggest trafficker that we know who's actually been convicted of crimes. I'm totally fine with her getting pardoned. Or if you're not okay with her being pardoned, then you want the information released, right? Yep. That's how far you've fallen. Okay. A reminder again, we are crowdfunded here, guys. If you want to support the channel, you can do that. Make sure I got everybody so far. Thank you to Linda. Appreciate you, Linda, for your $5 on Venmo. Thank you so very much. Stomp them. Stomp them all. Love your content. Thank you so much. Don't forget about gifting and subscribing as well. I would appreciate you guys. All right. Because other things happen in the world, we have to be very mindful of some of the bullshit that is spewing from the right in regards to just change the way our entire system of government functions, including the Department of Education. I'm going to play some sound for you. I think I promised this a little bit earlier. Let me find it here. Hold on. I've got so much stuff. This is crazy. Where is it? This is Yasmin Ansari. She's questioning. Remember, we've talked about the lie about charter schools and vouchers. She's going to break this down for you. This is brilliant. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. She's interviewing Linda McMahon, who, by the way, is also a predator because she tried to settle with victims of ring boys, 12-year-old boys who were assaulted under the watch of Linda and Vince McMahon. And Vince McMahon, by the way, has always been touted as one of Donald Trump's best friends. But birds of a feather. Anyway, here you go.
So here's the thing, Madam Secretary, and why I strongly believe that you're wrong. One big risk I see right off the bat is that some states, again, the state I represent, Arizona, have an abysmal track record of managing education. After years of cutting funding for public education, Republicans in Arizona have tried to fix our education system with universal school vouchers. When it comes to vouchers, would you say that you support taxpayers subsidizing wealthy students' tuition at expense of private schools?
I think that, again, these are issues within the states, to look at.
It's a yes or no. No. Do you support those vouchers being used for things like expensive ski trips, $1,000 Lego sets, or pianos for individual families?
Of course not.
I just want to share a couple articles, and I'm sure you all can't see from here, but these are all from the last couple of years in Arizona. It's titled Parents of Private Voucher Students Spent Over $1 Million of Public Money Buying Lego Sets. Another one, Arizona Empowerment Scholarships, what $304 million bought. Ranges from tuition to trampoline parks.
Waste, fraud, abuse,
A lot of waste, fraud, and abuse happening.
Exactly.
And another analysis, more than half of ESA students come from high-income zip codes. So in Arizona, Secretary, this is exactly what's happening. 77% of those vouchers have gone to students in the wealthiest zip codes to fund their expensive private schools and luxury items, all while defunding public schools that the rest of our students attend.
We've talked about this. I've talked about this so many times. School vouchers, when you're so this is the problem, because we know that our friends on the right don't bother reading. They are convinced that what school choice means, because they can address this in terms of school choice. When they can say things like how we're going to give parents the power to send their kids wherever they want to. What Congresswoman Ansari, by the way, she's brilliant. She's just amazing. I'm totally fanboying when it comes to her, but she explains the exact scenario that we've described here hundreds of times, that vouchers are only going to benefit the people who can afford to send their kids to school, even outside of the voucher. Where's the inflation? We're looking at the inflation, Glenn. It's up to 2.7%. Where have you been? Where's your head? Up Trump's ass? Apparently. It must smell awful up there. Anyway, we talk about it. She breaks it down perfectly. We know that the bulk of those people are coming from communities that don't need it. So this is a way to segregate public education. This is a way to segregate public education without saying that we're segregating public education. You guys have been reading about a lot of I forget what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do some research and talk about it tomorrow about how these new towns and communities are forming that are just for white people, right? They're primarily in Appalachia, and they're primarily along the spine of the Appalachian Mountains. You know, Missouri's got a few. Sorry, Sam. Right? So this is part of it, right? Those public school facilities. You think that charter schools who are suddenly going to be, I'm sorry, Sam, who are suddenly going to be in Arkansas too. I know in West Virginia, right? Yeah, they're making white people only towns. That's exactly what they're making. Do you think that those charter schools are going to be open to admitting black children, brown-skinned kids, members of the LGBTQIA community? No, they're not going to have to. That's why they want to do this. That's why I believe that we should be, how many times do I fucking say it? Can we just overfund public education for once in our nation's history, please? I would just like to see what that looks like. You're right, kids with special needs. You're right. Kids with learning disabilities, kids who do need support that programs that were used to be funded by the Department of Education could provide. No. Do you understand that? Do you get it yet? Do you get it? Wouldn't it be great? I know that you guys are the smartest chat in TikTok and I have the best mod team. Can you guys imagine? We did a live a few weeks back called What If? You can find it on my YouTube if you want to go back and check it out. We talked about that. What if the United States was the leader in funding public education? What that would look like, right? Can you imagine what that would look like? It would solve so many of our problems. If we did that, we wouldn't be dealing with people like Fred and our previous guest up here who are just rage baiters, who just headline click, right? The reason that this stuff is important to me is, first of all, because it's important to me. And I do spend a lot of time doing this because it's necessary. Who else is going to talk about it? Do you guys have any faith in legacy media anymore? I don't. And I haven't had faith in, haven't had faith in legacy media for decades. They're about advertising dollars. Let's be real, right? They've got the same people are funding both sides of the media empire, right? Can you imagine what it'd be like? Can you imagine if you wanted to go, you want to go to college, you want to get your degree in education, and then all of a sudden, you put your CV together, you find communities across the country that are looking to hire people, and you got 25 school districts across the country competing for you, wanting to fly you out there, show you the investments that they've made in their school, how they have a brand new learning lab, how they've invested $25,000 to upgrade the auditorium speakers or the sound, the microphones. I just had that done. I just got that done in my town, by the way. You're welcome. It was great. Can you imagine what that would look like? Can you imagine? Instead, all the right gives a shit about is segregation. They want to complain about the Department of Education when they've been the ones that have been assaulting education forever. The states that invest in education are the states that do the best in education. It's that simple. Speaking of education, there are 2 states in our country that every single county voted either red or blue. They are Massachusetts, blue, and they are Oklahoma, red. Okay? Oklahoma is at the bottom of education outputs every single year. At or near the bottom in public health, infant mortality, maternal mortality, crime rates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Massachusetts, on the other hand, some of the highest education outputs in the country, if not the highest. High scores in public health, social safety nets, economic output, low incidences of maternal infant mortality. So that's a simple thing. It comes down to the kind of system that you want. You pay for it, sure. Massachusetts, Chris would know this. Massachusetts, that's not a misnomer. That's legit. Taxes are high there, but you get what you pay for, right? There's reporting out of the great state of Oklahoma. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but let's see if I can find it here. I've got so much information. Somebody asked me before I get to that real quick, somebody asked me about Vermont made the news, the national news, because superintendent of the Winooski School District, Winooski, Vermont is a tiny, tiny little town. If you've ever been to Burlington, on your way to Burlington, you likely pass through Winooski and you wouldn't even know it. The superintendent was detained by immigration authorities at the border. Superintendent Wilmer Chavarria was held by U.S. Customs and Border Protection while returning to the United States from a trip to Nicaragua to visit family. Chavarria, who's a naturalized United States citizen, was born at a refugee camp in Nicaragua. Several members of his family recently self-deported back to the country after living in the U.S. The Winooski School Board hired Chavarria as superintendent in May of 2023, and he assumed responsibilities 2 months later. Chavarria told board members that he was separated from his husband and subjected to abusive interrogation, as well as treated in a manner that is deeply disturbing and unacceptable. In their email, which was sent to local news affiliates, the Winooski School District said Chavarria was held in custody for more than 5 hours. He was eventually released. An American, naturalized citizen, okay? A naturalized citizen of the United States was held for what reason? There is none. Speaking of education. Okay, so back to back to Oklahoma. So you guys remember, you may or may not have remembered this guy, but Ryan Walters, who's the superintendent of Oklahoma schools, he's the guy that wanted to put Bibles in classrooms. He's the guy that wants the 10 Commandments on every single wall. He's the guy that did this video.
I'm excited to announce today that Oklahoma is the first state to bring the Bible back to the classroom. Today, we purchased over 500 Bibles that will be in the AP government classrooms across the state. Bible just like this.
The Trump Bible, by the way.
We have the Bible, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights. These are foundational documents in our nation's history. Our kids have to understand the role the Bible played in influencing American history.
Do we?
It's very clear that the radical left has driven the Bible out of the classroom, which leads to a lack of understanding of American history. We will not stop until we've brought the Bible back to every classroom in the state.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay, you can think that's a good idea. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. I know some of you in the chat know the story. An investigation is underway in Oklahoma after a television screen in the MAGA state school superintendent's office, that guy that we just heard, Ryan Walters, reportedly showed a video of a nude woman during an executive session of the State Board of Education on Thursday. It must have been Eve, though. It's probably Eve for biblical reasons, right? The images reportedly appeared on a screen in the office of Ryan Walters, Oklahoma's far-right superintendent of public instruction. Walters previously told schools to teach the Bible and the 10 Commandments, demanded students watch him pray for Donald Trump, and named transphobe Shia Reichik to a state education committee position. He also tried to use state money to purchase Bibles for the classrooms that matched the specific of those marketed by the president and his family. As you might expect, Walters has led a crusade against pornography in school libraries. 2 members of the Oklahoma Board of Education said they were shocked at what they saw on the screen on Thursday. I was like, those are naked women, board member Becky Carson told the Oklahoman. And then I was like, no, wait a minute. Those aren't naked. Surely those aren't naked women. Something is playing a trick on my eye. Maybe they have just on tan bodysuits. This is really just bizarre. I saw them, and then walking across the screen, I'm like, no, I'm sorry to use this language, but I'm like, those are her nipples. And then I'm like, that's pubic hair. What in the world am I watching? I didn't watch a second longer. Carson told Walters to turn the video off. I was so disturbed by that. I was like very loudly and boastfully, like I was a parent or a teacher. I said, what is on your TV? What am I watching? Ryan said, what? What are you talking about? He stood up and saw it. He made acknowledgement that he saw it. And I said, turn it off now. And he was like, what is this? What is this? So he acknowledged it was inappropriate just by those words. And he was like, I can't get it to turn off. I can't figure how to turn it off. And I said, get it turned off. So he finally got it turned off. And that was the end. He didn't address it. He didn't apologize. Nothing was said. I don't know if he turned it off or switched off the channel. I don't remember. I was surprised when he came back to the table. He was not apologetic. I didn't even hear an apology for that being on. He didn't seem to be fazed by it. Republican State Senator President Pro Tem Lonnie Paxton told Oklahoma Voice that the Office of Management and Enterprise Services is carrying out an investigation into the incident. This is a bizarre and troubling situation that raises questions about the events and what took place during yesterday's executive session at the Oklahoma State Board of Education meeting. The accounts made public by board members paint a strange, unsettling scene, you think, that demands clarity and transparency. Walters said the claim was a distraction. Go through that. Quote, some of those board members are blatantly dishonest and cannot hide their political agenda. In the sound I just played for you, he talked about the radical leftists. So who's promoting a political agenda? Just making sure I understand that correctly. It's disappointing that they are more interested in creating distractions than getting work done for Oklahoma families. A naked woman's body distracts me. Body distracts me. Especially when you're the same guy that says, we got to protect the kids from corn. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Regardless, Walters Communication Director Quentin Hitchcock referred to the story, of course, fake news, a junk tabloid story. Regardless of if recent allegations are true, Oklahomans are in dire need of new leadership at the Oklahoma State Department of Education. Oklahoma House Democratic leader Cindy Munson said, these are serious allegations made by 2 members of the state board, and an expeditious third-party review is warranted. Republican House Speaker Kyle Hilbert said in a statement, I urge the state superintendents to unlock and turn over all relevant devices and fully cooperate with an investigation. If no wrongdoing occurred, a prompt and transparent review should easily and quickly clear his name. Last year, Oklahoma State Department of Education's Library Media Advisory Committee, which includes Rychik, who runs the anti-trans Libs of TikTok social media account, attempted to ban The Kite Runner by Khalid Hassani and The Glass Castle by Jeanette Walls from Edmond High School libraries. The committee argued that the books are pornographic. Edmond Public Schools not only allow kids to access corn in schools, they are doubling down to keep pornography on the bookshelves, Walters said in a statement. Parents and kids should have the confidence of going to school to learn. Instead of focusing on education, EPS has chosen to peddle corn and is leading the change to undermine parents in Oklahoma. You know, every accusation is a projection. If you're in right-wing politics these days, every single one. Now, is somebody fucking with him? Did somebody put the video, the pictures up, whatever that might be? Don't know. But I would like to see Mr. Walters' browser history. Right? I would certainly like to know what's on his phone. Dude, no issues with, I support sex work. No issues with it. No issues with it. If it's your jam, my guy, you know what we should do, Mr. Walters? We're going to do you a solid. We're going to send you the Facts Family BDSM test. Guys, I have an idea. I'm going to talk to you about it offline. I'm going to send him a link to the BDSM test, have him take it, and then publicize the results. He's probably a, I don't know what he is. Anyway. What? I believe it was some person. Anyway, how ironic though, right? How ironic. If you didn't do it, like, why would you not come out and say, I mean, just think about the opportunity here, okay? Think about this. Think about you staked your reputation on being, God-fearing, morally driven, all these kinds of things. People who live in Oklahoma know who he is. Think about that. You get this situation. Instead of coming out and saying, we don't know what happened, we are going to investigate this. That was absolutely, that is not a reflection of me. I don't know how that happened. I don't know where this information came from. I have no idea, but rest assured, we are going to investigate. He didn't say any of that. He didn't say any of that. Instead, we're just going to blow up the people who told the story. Does that sound like the fucking script that we get from everybody on the right these days? Every single allegation, every single statement that goes against what Donald Trump and the MAGA movement wants is fake. We've got the quote that I played you earlier today from True Social about how, Mainstream media has become the arm of the Democratic Party. Then you've got fucking Brendan Carr saying, oh yeah, we're going to put a biased ombudsman in place to make sure that the information that comes out from news channels support what we're trying to do. That is full-blown fucking fascism. Full-blown fascism. That is full-blown suppressing free speech. Suppressing the press. Call it what you want. I don't give a shit. That's what it is. So you're right. It's state TV. This is exactly right. It's exactly right. It is state TV. It's wild. Good morning, Peggy. How are you today? Peggy? Hello? Peggy, are you there? Guess not. Need a banana. Edmond Public Schools not only allows kids to access corn in schools, they are doubling down to keep pornography on the bookshelves. Parents and kids should have the confidence of going to schools to learn instead of focusing on education. EPS has chosen to peddle corn and is leading the change to undermine parents in Oklahoma. The case went to the Oklahoma Supreme Court, which sided with Edmond Public School and allowed the books to remain on the library shelves. Good. Read both of those books to my children. They loved it. They're fine. The list goes on. In 2023, Walters, the guy who had naked women on his TV screen in his office, that guy, Ryan Walters, Secretary of Superintendent of Schools in the state of Oklahoma, that has some of the worst educational outcomes in the entire country. But that's okay. I'm glad your priorities are in order, Ryan Walters. So when you get the link in the mail to take our BDSM test, please take it. I'm sure it will tell everybody in your district a lot about you. The list goes on. Walters reportedly emailed some Oklahoma lawmakers pornographic images claiming that they were available in schools. Don't just send me a bunch of graphic, sexually explicit photos without the where it came from or what did they do. That's kind of the problem I got with it, said State Rep Mark McBride, who told the Fox outlet. Yeah, that's the game, right? It's going to send you a whole bunch of corn. First of all, he would have had to download the corn from somewhere to get it, to send it to people. So there's that. And this tracks. We're just going to send you a bunch of stuff and we're going to claim it's something, just like Trump claimed that massive crowd that he put in that picture of his arrival in Scotland was from a rock concert in 2016. It's fun. I laugh so I don't cry. So that's just an interesting story of Mr. Walters is going to be dealing with this. The question is, what will the voters do? Oklahoma, you're on blast. Okay? You're on blast. You've got a creep, to say the least, who's the superintendent of schools for your state. What are you going to do? There's now reporting about Roy Cooper, who is the outgoing governor of North Carolina, about running for the Senate seat. There's been talk about this for a long time. So, right, Power Man. Okay, breaking news. Kamala Harris found to be on the Epstein list. Okay, cool. Roy Cooper running for that's in Oklahoma, in North Carolina is really good news because very, very popular there, especially with independents and Democrats. And again, the movement away from the MAGA movement coming from independents is big. So that changes the map a little bit from my perspective. I think Susan Collins is in trouble in Maine. Jordan Wood is the candidate. I don't know if Jordan Wood is the strongest candidate personally, but candidate nonetheless, right? Susan Collins is it's like a cat with 9 lives. She gets in and out of these situations and she somehow gets herself reelected. I don't know what's going to happen there, but don't forget it's a 53-47 as it sits right now. So you'd need 4 seats to flip the majority. You could get it to 50-50 and that would be interesting because then it's going to require all kinds of no Republican defections whatsoever. So you get Roy Cooper, you get Susan Collins, and there's a few other states like, what's going to happen in Texas? Is John Cornyn in trouble in Texas? I don't know. So we'll see. We're going to continue to watch it though. All right. Got somebody had requested? I guess not. Okay, a few more things before we hit to the top of the hour. Just as a reminder, gas prices continue to climb. At the end of June, nationally, they're $3.27. Now, I know, again, there's MAGA in the chat. Now, your local, Bucky's Toothless gas station might be $2.45 on Tuesday for the one pump that they have open, but we don't do things that way. We look at it from a national average perspective. And the national average, according to the EIA, which is the Energy Information Administration, which is the government body that tracks this stuff, they're the ones that say, oh yeah, gas prices at the end of June, $3.27. It's wild. Considering that the end of January, they were $3.19 a gallon. Oh, let's see, $3.19, $3.27, carry the 1. That would mean the gas prices are up. That would mean the gas prices are up. Joe Biden's last full month in office, December of 2024, $3.14. Bucky's Toothless One Pump has gas station sushi. I'd be careful going in there if I were you. How would you like to process this information? We've also got reporting that I've got some more news for you here. Where is it? Is this it? And I've got some really cool sound I'm going to play for you from a voter in Texas. Where is it? Oh yeah, existing home prices hit record high. Price of beef, price of groceries that Donald Trump thinks is an old-fashioned word. That's all up. So. Is this all the winning that we're talking about? I'm just waiting. I don't know. How much longer do we have to wait? It's kind of scary. But I'm going to leave you. I'm not going to leave you just yet. I'm going to play some sound from Kamala Harris. I want us to think back for a moment as to what it would be like if she were the president right now. Okay? And just how she must have had her crystal ball handy, because this is what she had to say.
Said he will target and punish those who disagree with him or refuse to bend to his will.
Check.
He calls these Americans the enemy within.
Check.
And says that he would use the American military to go after American citizens.
Check.
Journalists whose stories he doesn't like. Nonpartisan
Check.
election officials who refuse to cheat
Check.
by finding a few extra votes for him.
Check.
Judges who insist on following the law instead of following him. It is for reasons like these that General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Donald Trump's top general, has called Trump, and I quote, fascist to the core.
Yep.
And it is clear Donald Trump is increasingly unstable and unhinged.
So,
he said he will.
No, she knew it was coming. She literally checked every box. I know, right, Jess? Her laugh, though. Her laugh, or that she smiled a lot, or that she had a little bit of joy in her life. Check, 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 check. Using the military to go after American citizens, check. Going after judges who ruled against him, check. Disobeying court orders, check. Suppressing the media, check. Kicking people out of the White House press corps, check. Wanting to arrest people who disagree with him, check. Taking away the constitutional protected rights of people on college campuses who don't like them, check. Everything that she just went through, he's doing. And from a court of public opinion perspective, and from my perspective, he's got a lot of explaining to do regarding the Epstein list. A lot of explaining. But the border, but trans people, but immigrants. Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, a couple more things here. Where is that sound that I wanted to play? This is great. I can't give this gentleman credit because I don't have their name, but this is what's going on in Texas right now. This is savage, and I love it.
Coward, because you're not actually interested in protecting.
Hang on one second. Let me get the beginning. Here we go.
You a coward, because you're not actually interested in protecting women in Texas. That's the guise of the bill, right? It's the Trojan horse that you use for all this anti-trans nonsense. I remember for years as Republicans, gay marriage is going to end the world. And of course, then the public opinion shifted, the Overton window moved, and you had to pick a new scapegoat. That's what you always have to do. It's not that you can actually sit here and do the business of the people, make lives better for Texans like me. No. There's no time for that. We got to bully 1% of the population. We gotta harm them as badly as we possibly can. We gotta make them afraid. We gotta make them stay in their homes so that you're not forced to actually acknowledge that they exist. If we were sitting here like 50 years ago, maybe 60 years ago, instead of talking about trans women going into bathrooms, we'd be talking about black women going into white bathrooms. Do y'all ever get tired of being on the wrong side of history? Opposed to women's suffrage as you were, conservatives throughout history? Opposed to interracial marriage? Opposed to civil rights? Over and over again. I just wonder what, like 30, 40, 50 years from now, when the Overton window has shifted and y'all have moved on to a new scapegoat, a new group of people to demonize, what are your grandkids going to say to you? They were like, God, were you seriously up there arguing against trans women in bathrooms? They're going to look at you the same way that the grandchildren of segregationists look at their bigoted grandparents. They were like, Grandpa, why the hell were you up there talking about black people not using the same bathroom as white people? It was bigotry then. It's bigotry now. You don't care about actually helping women in Texas. If you did, you wouldn't be letting them bleed out because they can't get access to abortion care. You wouldn't be letting them die of gun violence and not lifting a finger to help them. You are not interested in helping or protecting women, period, full stop. You're here to hurt trans people, no other reason.
Yep. I mean, my God. That was a savage breakdown. It's true. We've had this conversation before, right? About when, in 15 years, when the children of MAGA people who they don't care as much about, we care more about their kids than they do, when they're upstairs in the attic and they go visit Meemaw and Peepaw and they find the box that's labeled MAGA and they open it up and they see a red hat and they see a flag and they see Trump on a pterodactyl t-shirt and they see the Bible and they see Trump's fragrance and sneakers and everything else. And they're going to come back downstairs and going to be like, Meemaw, Peepaw, why do you have this stuff in your attic? What are people going to say? Right? You can answer that question. Meemaw, Peepaw, you were there. I was reading about, because I had to look for this stuff online because my public school doesn't want to teach us the truth anymore. But I did some research because I want to be smart and educated. And I learned that Donald Trump was connected to that guy, Jeffrey Epstein. Did you support that? You voted for that guy? Donald Trump raped a woman, sexually assaulted her, and you guys voted for him like 3 times? Wow. That's wild. Why did you have to hide this stuff up in the attic? Were you afraid that people were going to find it? Why was it underneath boxes of old supplies, baseball cards, and Christmas ornaments? Why did you try to hide it? Why? Why is that? How are you going to answer that question, Fred? How are you going to answer that question? How are you going to look your grandkids in the eye? How are you going to answer that question? You just going to lie to them too, like you've been lying to yourself for the past 10 years? You're going to try to justify all the anti-trans hatred that's walking around in your heart every single day? There is more references to Donald Trump in the Epstein list than there are trans athletes in sports. Period. Full stop. And that's your argument? Donald Trump has at least 14 separate phone numbers that are listed under his contact name in the Epstein files. 14, at least 14. There are more references to him than there are trans athletes in sports. Period. You see, you can't hide from your hatred, your bigotry. You can't hide from it. You can't. History will not let you, we will not let you forget. You don't want to talk about history. And I think that person's right. You can connect them to segregationists. 50 years ago, it was black women and black men couldn't go into whites' bathrooms. It was colored only, right? Drinking fountains, whatever it might be. Rosa Parks, back of the bus. Now you need another scapegoat. Now it's the trans community. What's next? What's going to happen in 50 years, 40 years, 30 years? Who's next? We already know that you can't stand women. We already know that you don't give a flying fuck about their rights of their body. You don't care about any of that shit. You don't care about protecting kids. And I'm going to make a statement here. It's not going to be controversial. The reason that MAGA has not come out full throat in an absolute saying, Mr. Trump, if you do not get this information out there, you're no longer going to get my support. It's because you don't give a fuck about kids. You just want to be on the winning team. It's all you give a shit about. It's all you care about. You don't care about anything other than being on the winning team. Because most of you, especially you mediocre white men like Fred, you peaked in middle school. You haven't amounted. You don't amount to anything. You're not a productive member of your society. You're probably a B- worker, if that. You might show up on occasion. You might complain that you got a little bit of a head cold and you can't go to work that day. Meanwhile, people are out working you every single day, working harder than you, working better than you, working smarter than you, working more efficiently than you. Likely women, non-binary people, members of the LGBTQIA community, immigrants. They're kicking your ass in every single area, and you can't handle it. You can't cope. Your little white privilege, little bubble is blowing up around you, and now you are going to try to justify pardoning a fucking predator. Ghislaine Maxwell ain't a fucking victim. Not a victim. She is a fucking predator. She's a fucking monster. An absolute monster. Absolute monster. I'm going to play you a little bit more sound because I think it speaks to part of this conversation today. This is as it relates to the right's desire to erase history. Everything wants to be DEI. Oh my God, I'm so afraid. Well, I want you to hear from an Air Force. Well, I'll let you hear her story. This is great. This is fantastic. I think it's a great spot to wrap the show today. Here we go.
There are certain people you meet.
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Nicole Malachowski.
Who immediately stand out as incredibly impressive. Nicole Malachowski is one of them.
Yes, sure. I flew F-15E Strike Eagles in 3 operational fighter squadrons. I had the privilege of commanding a fighter squadron, and I also served as a pilot with the United States Air Force Thunderbird.
Find me somebody who's got more qualifications than her. F-15E Strike, F-16, and a Thunderbirds pilot, okay?
And was in fact the first woman to do so.
Nicole is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. She served our country for 21 years. Plenty of articles have been written about her and published to military websites.
When you click on that link, it'll literally say 404 page not found.
Now some of those articles have been removed. The military says the topics are considered diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI.
And
nice, right?
It's been really just shocking to me to see that we would censor the historical fact, the historical stories, the historical contributions of service members and veterans.
Stories about Nicole with headlines like, "A Life in Flight for First Woman Thunderbirds Pilot" used to be on military websites. Now they've been taken down. An Air Force public affairs team called me today to say they were removed in compliance with President Trump's directives to remove DE&I content.
There was indeed a time when women and minorities could not serve in our military. There was indeed a time when women and minorities could not, fly aircraft in defense of their country. And so for us to act like those barriers never happened or those barriers were never broken is to completely ignore our history.
Nicole says other female aviators have experienced the same thing.
I can't believe something like this is happening in the country whose uniform I wore.
Now she's questioning why her accomplishments can no longer be celebrated by the military she served.
For us to turn around and say you're good enough to serve but not good enough to be remembered is a complete slap in the face.
So I will add any MAGA who claims to support veterans, you don't give a fuck. And any veteran and any active duty member of the military who still supports Donald Trump, you're all oath-breaking fucking traitors. Thank you. That's cool. Every single one of you. One of the most decorated aviators in the modern military is this woman, Malachowski. F-15 Eagle pilot, F-16 pilot, and was so good that she got a gig with the Thunderbirds, the first woman to do so. Right? Like, but that is just a bridge too far for you guys. DEI. They literally took her name off of a reference page. Now, because the people running the Pentagon are stupid, what a great way to use a recruiting tool to get more women to join the military, right? You could promote her. You could say, what an amazing example of an American wanting to serve their country. Look what they accomplished. F-15 Eagle fighter, F-16 pilot. And then, because she was so good and so accomplished, she became a Thunderbird. But no, can't have all y'all women, got to be back in the kitchen. Got to just be cranking out babies, but only white babies. But only when we tell you to. Because if you have, if you don't, you might have left your legs open a little bit too long, and now, you know, there's consequences. How? How can you justify that? You'll never, ever be able to run from this. History's going to remember. I'm going to make sure, you know, in 10 years, in 10 years' time or 5 years' time, whatever it might be, when Trump is out of the lexicon and hopefully progressives have gained power and hopefully we have a matriarchy for the first time. You want to join the matriarchy, you can come to our commune where I will maybe get access to the lair. Who the fuck knows? I don't care. Apparently, I'm just there to reach things on the upper shelves, which is fine. Use me. Use me and abuse me with consent. That's fine. No problem. But I want that. I want that. I want a society where I can be proud of our leaders. I want a society where we can look at people who because I believe that there are good people in government. I really do. Not just because I was in government, it's got nothing to do with me, but I believe that there are good people in government. I believe there are people that are out there wanting to serve. People wanting to do the right thing. People that have a public service desire, that see an opportunity to help people. That's why you get into it. And white men, with the exception of one, Barry, what the fuck have they done? What the fuck have they done? I agree. Kamala Harris would have been far from perfect. We can criticize Kamala. That's what we do. These are people who work for us. It doesn't change the fact that she's the most qualified person to ever run for the presidency. From my perspective, my fair criticism of Kamala Harris is not progressive enough for me. It's fine. Can get her there though. Little too inconsistent on some things, but I can navigate through that because I'm not looking for perfection. Just there are people, friends. There are people. You're going to be watching people attempt to justify a pardon for a fucking predator. That's what we're dealing with. And throw that right in their face. I'm sorry. Don't you? What about the cartels and trafficking kids? Isn't that important to you? Yeah, it is. Okay, but that's a rumor. I mean, we don't have any of that information, but we've got a person who's in jail now for doing just that, and you're okay with her getting pardoned? Wow, that's so wild. I thought you were a Christian. I thought you cared about the kids. I would humiliate them. humiliate them to the tune of embarrassment. That's what I would do. Love Child, how are you today?
Hey, Mr. Matters, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm sorry I'm not a Trump supporter.
That's okay.
But I just like to say, have you seen what he wants to prosecute Beyonce now?
Yeah, I saw that. And that story's been that. Oh yeah, I saw that. Everybody beyond anybody that's connected with the campaign, they want to say that they took illegal campaign donations. The Harris camp has already responded to that. All these lies that they've been being told, they're just desperate. He's trying to do anything he can to get people to stop focusing on him. Anything and everything.
Exactly. Yeah. I love what you do. I hope you have an awesome day. I love your chat.
Thank you. You too.
You're all amazing.
Thank you.
Take care.
I appreciate you, Love Child. Thank you very much. You have a good day. Take care.
You as well.
That's very sweet. We got time for one more. Okay. We'll let Victoria land the plane for us. So I get a note from your husband this morning, by the way.
You're welcome. Did you enjoy it?
Whatever.
We watched you.
Of course I did. Of course I did. Yes. Of course I enjoyed it.
He came over. He's like, look. He's reading it. He's reading it right now.
How are you today?
I'm good. And I think that this is this conversation, this conversation feels very important to be having right now about politicians. Because I actually got more criticism on Friday and it kind of rocked my boat. Because I'm not, I'm just a human who's running for office. And it was one of those things where I was like, one, would they comment the same way if it was a man running for office? Then they wouldn't. And two, is this something I can continue doing? And it was a very, very, very hard moment for me. So I took my 5 minutes, touched some grass, and I was like, the fight continues. I realized that it does not matter what I do, that I'm going to continue to get, this type. I will never be perfect in anyone's eyes. And that's totally fine. That's just part of it. But it also goes to the conversation that Democrats need to start changing their mindset and start unpacking some of their patriarchy and their misogyny, because we hear it on this app, we can't have a woman president, we can't have a woman in office, women aren't good enough, women aren't this enough. But then they'll be the same people who come out, maybe they don't say that kind of shit because they put themselves higher than Republicans, but then they'll be the people who come to the meeting, they're like, well, who's watching your children? When they know for damn sure they would never ask a man that. So it's very interesting. And we are more capable of holding our politicians accountable. I don't need anyone to be in love with me. I don't want you to be in love with me. It's weird.
Nope.
I'm not perfect by any means. I'm a representative. My job is no different than the person serving your coffee. My job is to complete the task, make sure that you're taken care of, and get you out the door, happy, satisfied, to the best of my ability. It is the same, should be treated the same. Yet
satisfied is an interesting way to approach your campaign, Victoria. I'm just saying.
Hey now.
I am a full service congressperson.
Hey now.
No, but I got you busted. No, I agree. I mean, and somebody said this comment in the chat about how, they hate the comment, we're not ready for a woman. I think there are two things can be true here. I don't think enough people in America are ready to vote for a woman, sadly, but we are long overdue to have a woman in charge of our country. No doubt about it.
We're completely capable. I am running Nick was describing it, Victoria was describing it last week. He was like, the fact that I look at my wife and I know that she is doing 4 full-time jobs and managing to keep them all above board and do well at all of them is mind-boggling to me. He was like, a man can't do that. And here's this great person who's supporting me, but he recognizes what I will go through. I told him the feedback that I got, and it was late feedback from the town hall where I said one cuss word, but several people, that's all they focused on. Several Democrats, that's all they focused on. One cuss word throughout that in town hall. They missed everything else. They missed the fact, my treasurer said it. She was like, you were off the cuff the entire time. You weren't reading notes. You had answers, policy answers for every question, and were able to speak to the emotion and answer those questions. But they got hung up on the cuss word. They got hung up on, me saying fuck one time.
Not very ladylike. Yeah.
Yeah, not very ladylike. Why did she have to say it that way? When, for damn sure, if a man had sat up there and said one cuss word, nobody would have said a thing to him.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. Not a single, no commentary would have been made. They would have talked about how great he was, how it's amazing that he's there. But no, I said one cuss word and it was too much. But then if I don't cuss and I speak in my natural accent or whatever, people think I'm prudish or I'm stuck up, or, because the cadence and my tone goes to a more proper, and it's just that you can't win, period. And I mean, Kamala's her laugh, the way she smiles, the way she looks, all these things that just tear her apart. She's never had children. Well, neither of any other men that had to come into office. Nobody, the fuck? But it goes to that thing.
And of course, Victoria, she could never have gotten where she did without sleeping her way to the top, right?
Exactly. And I've already had that comment, Steve. We've had that where I've been on lives and they're like, you only got here because you got on your knees. So first of all, you overestimate my skills. Second of all, no.
Hey now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad state. Somebody just asked me the question for two things. One, the reason, in my opinion, the reason the Democrats have a low favorability, and by the way, the gap is getting narrower and narrower because the Democrats have picked up some positive reviews while the Republicans continue to lose. It's only a 4-point delta, which is the plus or minus on the polling, but it's because the Democrats have not been aggressive enough, not willing to pay dirty politics. So this is what I would like, whether Texas gerrymanders their district or their state or not, I want Democrats to do it anyway. I want every single Democratic state to do exactly what Texas was going to do, and then let the right complain about it. We thought this was the rule now. This is what you guys are doing, so we can't do it either? Just like that fascist kid Connor who was on with Mehdi Hassan during that Jubilee debate, which, by the way, don't let his lies about losing his job fool you, friends. That GoFundMe, he did it on his own. Apparently he's self-employed. So he's getting a lot of heat because he's a full-on fascist. He flat out said he supports the Constitution being amended as long as it's not the Democrats amending it. So that's an example. So again, I think that's the reason that the Democrats don't score so favorably. If they just said shit like that, I can guarantee. We know from a policy perspective that the majority of Americans believe what typically left-leaning policies, women's rights to their body, protections for marginalized communities. Again, status quo Democrat, not the progressives that Victoria and I are, but the stuff that we align with, public transportation, right? They just want who's the leader? I'll ask you right now, Victoria, who's the leader of the Democratic Party as it sits today? Who do you think that is? And I think that's a good thing. To be honest, I think that's a good thing because I don't think leadership is not a mantle you're given. You should fucking earn it.
Yeah.
And somebody asked this question, Gavin and Pete. I mean, Pete and Gavin, I do think that's probably the most effective ticket because they're good at what we were just talking about. They are good at fighting back. They are good at pushing the narrative. They are good at saying, this is bullshit and this is why. They're smarter than anybody else that the right can put out there. I mean, Pete Buttigieg, again, obviously the gay man thing's going to hold over his head. I understand that. Gavin Newsom's going to have the houseless situation in California hanging over his head. That's fine. They can easily debunk that because they'll just be like, okay, that's totally fine. I've got the fourth best economy and Pete Buttigieg is the decorator. Go ahead.
You're forgetting the most important part. They're both good looking.
They're both good looking. Yeah, they're articulate. Exactly. Charismatic.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Republican women will forget the fact that Buttigieg is gay because he's a good-looking man and he just has that down home, like you could have a beer with him on the weekend.
Yep.
And he's not threatening. He's not a threat to their existence.
Correct.
So I mean, like that's a big part of like running for office is you have to be good-looking. Obama was good-looking. It works. Trump is not good looking, but I guess that people find him, he's charismatic.
He's charismatic.
He's charismatic.
Yeah,
he speaks in a way that like we have to give him credit for this. He speaks in a way that speaks to the emotion of, it's not the elitist kind of, he speaks the way voters want to hear it. And, there was the Daily did a podcast about this, about how he speaks and how he spoke to people, and that sold them. And it's, we've talked about it. It's like a big selling point for me is because I'm real and I come into the crowd and I'm not afraid of people. That really sells that charismatic, I speak to the emotion and speak to the policy all at the same time. So, this is, whoever runs in 2028 is going to have to be all those things.
Agreed. Again, my desire would be to have a woman at the top of the ticket. Sadly, I want to win the election. And I just feel like there's enough fucking misogynists on the left as well. And there's enough misogynists that are independents that just won't bring themselves out to vote. It may have to be another white man right now to get us where we want to go. And I believe that because Pete Buttigieg, even though he's a gay man, he's still a moderate. He's still a moderate. His roots are moderate, but he's somebody who understands that the voice coming from the left is much more progressive, and I think he's more open-minded to it. But anyway, final thoughts, Victoria?
Oh, today's a great day to get involved, guys. Activism is a muscle. If you're feeling extra froggy, I fired my fundraiser, so I am doing fundraising with my team. So for those of you who don't know, I am a progressive running for office in Tennessee. I am a small dollar candidate. I'm going to have to raise a lot of money going into 2026. So please, 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 if you have it, come and donate. You get a handwritten thank you card from me, and so much appreciation because 90% of my donations are small dollar donations, and that's under $50. So please do that. If you can't do that, like, share, and save everything, because that will help give me more name recognition. And get involved today is a great day.
I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Tell your husband, whatever.
Thanks,
I'll talk to you later.
I will.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Sorry. Okay. Good show today, guys. Thank you very, very much. Just a couple of programming notes this week. We'll have our regular shows Monday through Friday. We did Facts After Dark last Friday night, so I don't know if we'll do it again this week. Working on a couple of other things. Got a couple more interviews that are on the docket that are queued up going forward. We are still trying to expand. Could really, really help. I say this a lot. If anybody has got a really good, is really, really connected to, I know exactly, really, really connected to, how we can really push out our social media content more than we already are. Whether it be we already stream on YouTube, but we're having some issues there. Twitch. I do have a Substack account. We're just really looking for a social media side of coordinator who can give us the best practices, best tactics. Because a lot of people tell me that I should be out there and more prominent, and I really appreciate that. I'm starting to embrace that idea a little bit more myself. So we could use some help. So if anybody has got experience in that particular space, right now it'd be volunteer. But if you wouldn't mind reaching out to me or to one of my mods or join our Discord. Thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate that. Who are we going to raid, friends? Who's out there live right now? Anybody know? Oh, apparently somebody else needed some help with their, Katie, thank you, sir. We may need help opening a jar or two as well. That's fine. Use me. Like I said, use me and abuse me. I have no issues. If you want to, I have no issues being used and or abused. No problem. Who's live? Well, find somebody. You're a digital media specialist, and Anne-Marie, that's fantastic. Would you mind reaching out to one of our mods? Did you guys see that? You see that comment from Anne-Maria B? If Sam and or Eve or somebody else could reach out and just we can maybe set up a time to talk.